of our meeting, and that pictures is used for wrong things. So let's control and dominate the place where we're meeting.
But you're not answering the question, Lieutenant General. Why were you confident that he was not managing you when he was giving you that information, and that him and Lieutenant Sibiya were not in cahoots on how they should engage you?
But what I'm saying, honorable member, is that right at the onset, the intention of coming to me was because of his frustration with his contract. That one I knew right at the onset. But to make me help him to meet up with Jordan Hall, he's going to give information. It's the information that I did not trust.
Okay.
It's an information that he was going to give that we were not 100% sure whether he's going to be telling us the honest truth, or he wanted to capture us or me into his web. That's why we said we identify the venue, we dominate the venue, he must come to our place that we are controlling.
Did you threaten Major General Sanoa that you were going to inform Steve, what is it?
Steve Motumi.
Motumi, yeah.
I wrote that in a WhatsApp message.
It was only in the message. There was nothing else.
I never spoke to him after that. I was actually making him aware that his friend that he brought to me is the one who spoke about the meeting. Now that he had introduced the meeting, the content of the meeting is going to become known. And when it's becoming known, he must not blame me for making it known, because he's the one who introduced the meeting. I did not introduce the meeting.
And what did you know, Steve, or what did you know about Steve at the time when you sent the message to Major General Sanoa?
Well, at the time, I did not know who Steve Motumi. When he mentioned the name, I just took note of it. I knew Sibiya. I didn't know about Steve Motumi. So when I left that meeting, when I contacted Khumalo, then I discovered that, yes, indeed, he's in the radar. And what I've heard ever since about Steve Motumi coming out all over, and the silence of the media out there about him, made me believe that perhaps we're on the right path.
I want to go quickly also to just address something that Honorable Adams, your bestie, raised.
He's gone now. He's gone.
He's here, don't worry, I'm sure he's here somewhere. Raised.
Yes, sir.
About the crime intelligence property that the PKTT members stay in.
Yes.
Right. Since then, our National Commissioner has responded and said there's crime intelligence properties that have been purchased. It's all above board. But are PKTT members staying in some of these crime intelligence properties?
No, they're not.
They're not. Okay.
They're not. And I must also, again, I'm glad Honorable Adams is here. As I said, he also fall victim. He came here, Honorable Adams, and withdrew the statement that he had made against Khumalo when he said the riot in KZN happened as a result of Khumalo failure. He withdrew it. After withdrawing it, when he came here again on Tuesday, he withdrew that withdrawal. He said, no, it was Khumalo. I want to invite all the members to take the Human Rights Commission report.
That's my question.
I want to invite all of you to go and check at the PKTT deployment, the call-up instruction, the paperwork. Who was deployed? Where were they deployed? Where did they stay? So they can see where was Khumalo when the riot happened. That whole period, I said to you, Gerald Chika was the one that was my assistant, was heading intelligence. He retired last year. So he was in charge of intelligence, was a major general. Khumalo only arrived at crime intelligence in 2022. So again, information that was fair to the honorable member, which he came here and he presented his facts. Oyster Box, honorable member, it's a very luxurious hotel in Durban.
I go there.
Very luxury hotel in Durban and very expensive.
It's only lunch, guys.
There's no way that the police officers can stay there. If you want to prove that, goes to Oyster Box and ask them.
I don't sleep there.
Go to Oyster Box and ask them to give you a record. That's a simple thing. Alternatively, the CFO was before this committee. Ask the CFO in black and white to give you entire cost of the PKTT from the first day to the last day. Cost for laundry, cost for accommodation, cost for the SNTs, cost for overtime.
Okay.
It's in black and white. It's accounted for.
Yeah, we do have.
So to simple throw a Beverly Hill, not Beverly Hill, to throw Oyster Box as if No, it's not wrong. But what I must qualify then on this one, Honorable Chair and members, is that the CFO is going to cap the money and say you can only sleep at the 800 rand property. When the members are working, they are going to go negotiate sometimes with the service provider and say, you are costing 1,000 rand a night. We're going to pay 800, that's our limit. But we're going to stay here for a month. And with that deal, the owner of the property will say, no, I take that because it's a long stay guaranteed income. It's fine, we can stay on this discount. So there are properties that members might be staying in. Maybe when you do a research on Google, you might find that the price is beyond 800. But go and check at the expenditure that the state paid for that property. It's as per the approval of the funds. So there's no difference. If Oyster Box had, which I know they didn't, if they had afforded members to stay there and gave them that discount to let them pay it 800 rand, there was not going to be anything wrong with it, because the money for accommodation would have been kept regardless of the place we stay. So it is that which we must always be careful about, because members will feed us wrong information.
Just to come, you mentioned the Human Rights Commission report. So when you were here, you indicated that Becky Cele, the then minister, asked you not to contest the report because they had some adverse findings about you, the Human Rights Commission report.
Me?
You regret not doing it, yeah.
No.
July unrest.
No, the minister never asked me that. And we never discussed anything about contesting it. Not me, maybe the National Commission, not me. He has never spoken to me. They interviewed us and they produced the report. I was there, the human rights.
Okay, then maybe I must go back to your testimony the last time. From what I remembered, you spoke quite at length on the report, that there was a meeting, the national team that was set up in KZN, that you had suggested that there must be a shutdown of social media. They didn't do it. So you were quite unhappy about the Human Rights Commission report and some of the findings they made into you. And then you explained that your wife had just given birth and, you know, you had to deal with some of those issues. Okay, we'll park that for now because we'll just need to look into it, and maybe the evidence leaders can just do that. But I was under the impression that former Minister Cele had asked you to just let the report go because you were not happy.
Honourable members, can I beg with the chairperson to please allow you this minute that I'm going to take from you, because I feel this one must talk about when Honourable Adams is here. The issue of that unrest that involves my child. Honourable Chair, if you will add that minute to Honourable Member, because I'm taking this time from you.
Nice to be you, Lieutenant General, because you can even put a minute.
Honourable members.
We get shut down very quickly.
Honourable Adams is here and is listening to this. What pains me is to see a leader of society and coming here and talk bad about what happened in July. And I was there on the ground. I faced the fire. That X5 I talked about earlier that I bought in Pretoria. I drove that car alone in the car because I was isolating, because a General Mkhwanazi had died and people that were General Mkhwanazi were with us in the operation. So I had to isolate. In that isolation, I had to go and see the operations. I got into my own car. I drove through Phoenix with my handgun, hoping that someone would attack me and I was going to fight with that handgun. If I die, I die. Because I wanted to see these attacks and these murders that were happening in Phoenix with my own eyes, with no escort. I drove that night. That's a sacrifice that I made. The riot starts and the riot ends, Mr. Adams. The ministers, they come down to KZN after the riots. After the riots, they visit KZN. Why do they visit? It's because their boss, which is the President of the Republic, is coming to visit the following day to assess the damage. So when ministers arrive late at the airport and they drive and they see what is happening around and we brief them, the following day the President lands. I'm the one who's doing the briefing. The following day the President lands. That time we're busy with the mop-up operation. We are cleaning now. The dust is settled. We are cleaning. The president arrives. I'm the one that takes the president around all these sites in KZN. In Durban. Me, this one. The president is satisfied and he hears the plan of how we're going to deal with this and investigation and so forth. He gets on the aeroplane, he flies out. 2 days later, we are busy with cleanup investigation. There's no riot at all. I then get into the car. I drive with that X5 to Pretoria. And arrive in Pretoria. The following day, my wife gives birth, cesarean section. And she stays in a hospital, Mr. Adams, and she gets out the following day with the stitches in the stomach. I put her in that X5, Mr. Adams. I drive with her and that toddler, 1-year-old, for 1,000 kilometers, Mr. Adams. And I leave her with a family. I go to the aeroplane, I fly back to Durban. I'm not there with a child. I left them like, that's a sacrifice that I don't think anyone will ever make. That's what I contributed in this July unrest. To come here and make it look like I neglected the duty, I prioritized the child over the safety of the citizens. You were not there, sir. I was here. So it is that I want to address because it's a very sensitive thing to me, personally. So if I can do that and someone who's a leader of society doesn't appreciate, I take an offense on that. The facts are there. Timelines of the violence are there. We are not in the business of thumb-sucking dates. We must say the riots happened on this day, it ended on this day. This day what happened, and that day what happened, and that day what happened. So when I go, it's because there's no more violence. So for him to say, I neglect the job, it's the same with the former Speaker of this Parliament, who herself said that. She was sitting, Mr. Adams, she's the one who was sitting at Oyster Box, claiming to be running operation, with operation, a mop-up operation, sitting at Oyster Box. That's the Minister of Defense who was sitting there. So when I present these things, it sounded as if I'm arrogant before the Human Rights Commission, but I was giving the facts. I was telling the minister that the soldiers don't have equipment to do the work. You're calling them to come to Cape Town. I don't know what they're using to work in Cape Town because they don't have tents to sleep on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. I think you and Honorable Adams must have a moment.
Now at the room, one of us will come out.
No.
Give us a room. One of us will come.
Lieutenant General, you can't say that. That's like a threat.
Say again?
Point of order.
Can't do that.
General Mkhwanazi is threatening a member of parliament. Please.
Yes.
No, I wanted to tell the honorable member that her time has ended.
But the general did not tell who is going to come out. He said, one of us is going to come out. He did not tell which one.
Honorable Chair, I begged for a minute for the old member because I took that time to air my unhappiness about Mr. Adams. Can you please?
Yeah.
No, she knows I'm forever benevolent. When we started, we agreed that today members will, upon the expiry of their time, they will not speak for more than 15 minutes.
Okay, now I don't.
So she can still engage with you until 20 past.
I don't think it's going to go that far. I just wanted us to go to the issue of the kidnapping case. You said there was a private investigator. Do you have know the name of the private investigator that's linked to Sabia and Khan?
I'll get you, honorable member. I don't have his details here, but I'm going to get the team to send it to me.
Okay, thank you. And then I also just wasn't clear, and I might have missed it. You said that the investigation was messed up, and that's why the charges were withdrawn or the case was closed. So on which side? Was it the prosecutors or was it the investigators in SAPS that messed up the case? I didn't understand what you were saying. And I think you also mentioned that there were some processes that were being taken against those who messed up the case.
Yeah, well, I said earlier, Honourable Member, that investigations are run by DPCI. So I was not privy to the docket, the details of it. But what I know is that the DPP in KZN wrote and they nullified to prosecute. From what I gather is that the nullification of prosecution is not because the crime was not committed, but the nullification of the investigation is the method that were used in the investigation. For one of the things that I hear that might have been an issue is that this Mlotshwa, who had ran allegedly with a suspect to Mozambique, how he was brought back in. Yes, on paper, Home Affairs and everything, temporal passport to come in. However, the team was waiting for him at the border. So when he landed, they took him. So which means it was a way of bringing him in, but without using their courts processes in Mozambique. I suspect it's things like those that were technicalities that led into a throwaway case. Not to say the crime was not committed, not to say those people that were arrested were not good, correct suspects that should have been arrested. But again, it's me talking from what verbally I was hearing from the DPP. But what was written down as a complaint was sent to via NDPP to DPCI. And I'm told there's a disciplinary case that is running currently against those members that were involved in that investigation.
Okay, that's what I just wanted clarity on. So as a committee chair, if we can write both to the DPP and also to the DPCI to ask and give us details. The evidence leaders are not even listening. Our legal team is on the phone. So we can just write and get information and clarity about the case, because the testimony we had here was quite long and detailed. So it's going to help us in our deliberations. Lieutenant General Sentamule. So her CV that she presented to the committee was very impressive, Lieutenant General. And personally, I was very impressed. I think I even got teary at some point. So what is not impressive, in your opinion, about her CV or her experience with starting in State Security Agency and then in SAPS?
I have not scrutinized the CV, Honourable Member, but I believe that in a career in the organization might be impressive to some degree. However, one moving within the ranks in the police and the place where you're working, you have to go back and ask the credentials of the person. So for Mkhwanazi to wake up the next day and become the head of investigation, and he has never ran investigations in the past, there's always going to be a question mark. But again, management experience might cover that, might make up for that. So I do not know what her CV entails between the period when she joined the police up until now. But I like to believe the training, maybe the exposure of where she has gone to, a type of work that she was part of and leadership might have qualified her to be in that position, which means it might be an impressive CV. So I won't dispute that. I will not dispute that. But it's a person that on paper looks something else, but the behavior is something else.
So you're talking about her behavior. We did, while she was here and giving her testimony, we did have a conversation with some of the colleagues that we felt that she managed us quite well. And she pretty much agreed. So she was not defensive about anything. She pretty much agreed with issues that we raised, particularly that she failed in her responsibilities for not being able. How do you not know who Kat Nhlanhla is and you, the deputy commissioner, etc. But she just kept saying she should know better. But having said that, you saying that the way she carried herself or her performance in her job, you removed her or you transferred her when you were acting national commissioner out of crime intelligence. Why?
I've said it before, the abuse of the secret funders account and the resources of crime intelligence for personal use.
So she was just transferred. Was there any DC processes or anything that you instigated?
Investigation were being conducted. Investigations that I did not see the end of it because Gerald Piaga came in.
So up to now, there hasn't been, from what you know. So
Well,
when you transferred her, Lieutenant General, did you also instigate an investigation?
That's correct.
Into that, and then you left, and you don't know whether that continued or not. In fact, she went through the ranks more.
I like to believe that some of these investigations were stalled. One of them was Motley. We had removed Motley from crime intelligence. We've launched an investigation, but after we were gone, he was back at crime intelligence.
So I think also as a committee, we should also write to find out what happened to those, particularly with Lieutenant General Sentimule. What happened to those processes? We're about to wrap up. Just about the criminal case that you said that you opened based on the affidavit that you received from the National Commissioner, and the main charge was defeating the ends of justice. And then you further stated that in your complaint in the matter that the investigation has been conducted by detectives in KZN, and that key statements, including from Lieutenant General Sabia, have not yet been obtained. That's what you told us the last time you appeared before us. Do you still maintain that there's sufficient evidence to support your case, and what's the current status of that investigation?
Well, I can't talk about the investigation. As I said, honorable member, that I'm a complainant. So I gave my statement and I provided whatever supporting information to the team. The information last that I was informed about was that they were able to retrieve the information that were deleted by both the ministers and the chief of staff from their equipment that was seized from them. So they were able to retrieve that, and then they did the analysis on that. So that's why they could highlight me some of the things that they picked up on.
Okay, so that's what you spoke about earlier. And then just to conclude, you, in your statement to us, you indicated, you spoke about the judiciary. And so far in our proceedings, we haven't had any evidence that has been led by any of the witnesses that speaks to systemic. I mean, we know that, you know, we say, yeah, the judiciary is corrupt, NPA is corrupt, whatever, but we haven't had any witnesses that has come here that speaks to the systemic corruption that is within the judiciary. Have we missed something?
No, I don't remember. I think it's because it has not been interrogated as much. In a court process, you will have a complainant and the prosecutor and the accused on the other side with his lawyers, and there's going to be questioning that are done, systematic in that fashion. There are questions that I would have wanted to ask that might uncover things, but I'm not in a position to do that, and I don't have a representative in terms of prosecutor to be able to do that. That's why I couldn't probe some of those things. But for your information, honorable members, some of the things that are happening in our country, which I know of a person involved in drugs, a person who's working with us and giving us information, is that one individual is arrested for a crime, is released, is arrested, is convicted, and he makes an appeal, and is released on bail pending the appeal, and is told by the prosecution that if you have X amount of money, you can pay for the magistrate to completely remove this case. Otherwise, if you don't have money, stay out of trouble. Otherwise, we will not call you back to court. The person is out pending an appeal. There are thousands of them that are released like that, and they never get invited again to come back to court. So this is a person who's close to Nhlanhla, who's released like that.
So how would
so it's a collusion that we get between the police officials, the prosecution, and some of the presiding officers. And this is across the board. But in this case of these drug investigations that were happening, there are only a few presiding officers that were picked up that participated in enabling this thing to happen.
So how would you guide us in terms of us doing, or as we are about to conclude our investigations in that regard into the judiciary? Because we haven't touched heavily on that at all.
I will say maybe we need to sit down with the Chief Justice or the judges themselves. And I'm glad we have judges like Nhlanhla that is no longer part of that system, who's outside, who's busy with these things. You must sit down with them and be able to come up with Judge Zondo, who was probing some of these things. Sit down with them and be able to see how can we then be able to protect the citizen from the involvement of these presiding officers. Honorable members, when you have the powers given to a presiding officer, although the members will argue, the SC will argue, but when the presiding officer is given powers to grant bail, one presiding officer says, I'm not giving you bail because you were convicted in a foreign country after you misrepresented yourself. You were convicted for a crime of drugs. You misrepresented yourself by giving a false particulars. You left the country illegally for that matter. He was convicted. So which means you are a flight risk. You've proven that you have left South Africa to go to another country in the first instance. I'm not granting you bail. The cases you are facing are serious cases of murder and the likes. So I'm not granting a bail. But this person then goes into the higher court. And the higher court grants bail regardless of those conditions. Regardless of those conditions. And it still says, you're free. So a person is given bail of 100,000 rand. He gets arrested again. While he's arrested for triple murder this time around. The first one was murder. Now it's triple murder. He's taken to court. Another judge comes and say, yeah, well, yes, you're on bail, but we're happy with you outside. Let's make it look like it's a serious bail. Then they add 400,000 rand. This person is on 500,000 rand bail for murder of 5 people. How many must he kill before the judiciary realize that he deserves to be behind bars? There are people that are rotting in prison that have not killed anyone. They were arrested for an assault, a theft, but they are denied bail and they're in prison. But there are a person who was murdered, accused of murdering 5 people and more, and drugs on top of that, but is out on bail. So you begin to wonder. So when you wonder, then you start probing more. That's why I'm talking about recordings that end up being made, that end up saying, okay, well, this is done in this fashion, this is done in that fashion. But for me, my position as a giving an advice is going to be difficult because I'm not in that space in interpreting the rights, the do's and the don'ts of the presiding officers. The judges that are now seized with these problems, perhaps are the ones that are in a better platform to come and talk to you. So they can be able to say, I was told that one of the presiding officers was someone to come to the Nhlanhla Commission. I hope he comes there. So perhaps we're going to begin to see things.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant General. I think something the committee that we could also do is maybe write to the Justice Minister and get information about bail that has been granted over the last 5 years on Schedule 5 crimes, so we can sort of investigate a pattern and who were the judges or the magistrates involved in that, and maybe a pattern will emerge. But it's something we should have done much sooner, but it could help us during deliberations. And just lastly, Lieutenant General, in the words of my honorable souls and what you have concurred, that you also have holes. You haven't told us what your holes are. Are you going to share it with the country?
Well, I'm not a perfect person. I don't know what Honorable Souls when he talks about holes. And my understanding on his terminology means that everyone has got shortcomings one way or another. Nobody's perfect in this world. So there might be things that I might do as a police officer in my line of work that are wrong in law, that are wrong in front of the eyes of the public, but I still do them. If such I'm told about, I will acknowledge that, okay, well, I shouldn't have done that, I shouldn't have done that. Does not necessarily mean that.
Has anybody told you that you've done things that are wrong or you should have done better and that you've reflected on and you agree with?
Well, I will be reprimanded at home. My wife will reprimand of things, and I'll reflect on my own and say, yeah, no, I was wrong in doing this. Even at
But
work,
you're avoiding the actual question in relation
even the
to
work,
your job.
you know,
Thank
even
you.
at the workplace.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you see how
Can we get,
you're going to
next,
appeal for another minute for me, Lieutenant?
we must be,
Joking. Thank you.
we
Rita.
must be consistent, honorable members. Pangazita. And it's until 8 o'clock.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. I'm going to invite you to just travel with me through the Paul O'Sullivan testimony. On paragraph 56 of his testimony, he's actually alleging that at the root of all the what he calls evil in SAPS, which actually has brought all of us here, has to do with the activities of crime intelligence. And he actually says that the main issue in crime intelligence has to do with the control of the slush fund. Would you agree with that assessment?
Partially. I will agree partially, Honorable Member, because at crime intelligence is not only about the money. He is a beneficiary of the misuse of the vetting office of crime intelligence because they provided him with files. So crime intelligence, we have those two areas, and there's organized crime that's running in the country where the investigators are heavily involved in a way because they're carrying dockets. And what we see now with all these investigations happening in Gauteng, it is a result of an investigation that is happening.
Thank you, General. In paragraph 92, is actually saying that your statement was the product of a joint effort between you and the National Commissioner, where you met somewhere in Pretoria a day or two before the 6th of July to actually put the final touches on your statement. Did the National Commissioner have anything to do with your statement, which you actually presented to the nation on the 6th?
Mr. Paul O'Sullivan will take the presentation that we made and be able to trace where it comes from. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan will have relationship with crime intelligence members that are going to tell him about the activities in the police. To the extent that he come and say, I was with the National Commissioner. He was not there. And surely the members that knows that we were together, how will they know? They're going to check our phones and say, okay, no, this man is with this one at this place. This document is produced at this date in this place. The person that I was with was General Kumalo and the members that are working with the investigation. That's a person that I was with. I had met with the National Commissioner a day before when he gave me his statement. So the mistake was that National Commissioner had met with Mkhwanazi, and the following day there was a report that was produced, which then was presented to the Republic. It's another sign of the access that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has in the police for him to come and tell you where was a police general at any given time.
General, on paragraph 19 of the Honorable Adams' testimony, he is actually saying that crime intelligence actually bought some property around, excuse me, Musgrave, in KwaZulu-Natal. And he is actually vehemently arguing that crime intelligence had no business to actually acquire that kind of property, because in terms of the law, they are not allowed to buy property. Are you aware, do you know of any property belonging to crime intelligence somewhere around Musgrave in Durban?
I do not know, Honourable Member. The property that I was briefed about, which crime intelligence were vacating from, was in Pinetown, an old dilapidated building. That's the only property that I was told. Again, not bought, but it was leased for them. They didn't buy it. But the properties that were bought by crime intelligence, I don't want to lie. As I said, I'm not at crime intelligence. For Mr. Paul O'Sullivan to even know about things like that, it just shows again the access that he has.
Well, thank you, the General. On paragraph 23 of Honorable Adams' statement, he talks about the arrest of Lieutenant General Khumalo and other high-ranking police officers. I'm not too sure who actually the complainant is and what their charges are. Would you share that with us?
That is one controversial matter, Honourable Member, because Mr. Adams alleges that he received something underneath the door in his office. And he went to the police station to open a case. He says, Mr. Adams, he did not give the details of the case. In other words, there were no elements of crime on the case dockets when he reported it. So it should not have been registered in the first place. He claims that General Lincoln, the late, warned him that this matter is not going to be attended to in Cape Town. And then he flies to Pretoria. He flies to Joburg. And he lands in Joburg, goes to Orlando, and he opens other cases in Orlando. Same complaint. He thereafter writes to the Minister of Police and complains about both provinces interfering with his complaint. The Minister of Police then makes a reference of this complaint of Adams to IDEC through the Chief of Staff. IDEC receive these complaints and they sit and do nothing about it. Until the day when General Khumalo and the team start searching Ket Matlala and arresting Molefe on the 6th of December. Then IDEC springs into action. And they come in looking for these dockets. They go to Gauteng, they don't get them, they go to head office, Sintumule gives it to them. But fast forward, in June 2025, 6-7 months later, they register a case in Brooklyn, IDEC, which a case that has got a complainant who's Mr. Adams, on the statement written in January, and then they arrested him. So then I wonder, the question is, what did IDEC do with these dockets that they picked up from Jerison Tumuli? They took them without the referral, but they took these dockets. What did they do with them? And now there's another arrest on the side. So I like to believe that an arrest in court from the papers I've seen is as a result of the case open in Brooklyn and as a result of a complaint that came from Mr. Adams. But I will invite these members to pay very close attention on that case. The outcome thereof, the beginning is the bail condition, and the judge has already made some pronouncement. The outcome thereof, of that docket, we can reconvene again and say everything was above board in that case. I'll bet my money those members are going to be acquitted.
Well, thank you, General. In paragraph 26, if I'm not mistaken, is actually that is Honorable Mr. Adams, is accusing you of having lied under oath before this ad hoc committee. And if you like, I can actually read you the paragraph so that you understand the context where he is actually coming from. If you do not have the statement, his statement there, it's paragraph 25. And he says, General Mkhwanazi is an eloquent man. He is more charismatic than most. And the last time, or last line of defense for those who see the SAPS as their own ATM. Is now actually saying that you are the last line of defense for those who actually see the SAPS as their ATM. And he goes further to say, for those familiar with the facts of the matter, the show of force was a farce. As the most popular man in the country, he told lies that consumed the nation. And he goes on to say, both the press conference and his testimony at the ad hoc committee would have been dismissed in any civilized country by any civilized court. Yeah. That is on record here.
Yes. I had said when I came here before that you must invite this Mr. Paul O'Sullivan to come here. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has got too much power in this country. But I don't know who gave him these powers. That's why he can stand before this committee and walk out. Because of the powers that he has.
Sorry, General, this is Honorable Adams saying this.
Oh, is it? Oh, yes.
Yes, I'm reading from his.
It's from Mr. Adams. Yeah, well, somebody says must give us a room. Honorable Chair and members, I was watching Mr. Adams when he was testifying here. When he's asked to state something, whether is it fact or not, he doesn't want to. He wants to explain. That's why I'm even drawing your attention that the man sits here and he says, I was wrong about Khumalo on July unrest. And I come back, no, I was not wrong, I was right. So how can you be? This is a sign, Honorable Chair and members, that school is very important. You have to learn to read. If you don't read, you miss things. That's very critical. So everything written in that statement is his own mind. That's what he thinks about. It's not the things that he knows as facts. He says that him and his wife were discussing and said the only reason for this press conference is this. He made a conclusion already. I'm glad he's not sitting amongst you here to ask questions to the witnesses that are coming here, because he already prejudged that which happened on the 6th of July as a member of parliament. School again.
Thank you, Nkwali, General. The PKTT, Honorable Adams actually told us here that the PKTT actually lives a luxurious life, and they are accommodated in 6-star hotel. I've never seen a 6-star hotel, but that was actually said here and is on record. Why I'm interested in that is that this is on record. If we leave it unchallenged, then it's going to go on as it is. So is the PKTT living in luxurious hotels, 6-star hotels? Are they living a lavish life as it was actually alleged before us here?
Honorable Chair and members, Mr. Adams, what he presented there before this committee was false. The record speaks for themselves. The CFO of the South African Police Service came here and presented before this committee that the PKTT were the least expensive task team in existence. They never slept in any 6-star hotel, neither at Oyster Box. So it's a lie. The only way to justify that, it must come with proof, to say here is a proof where they slept. He does not have that because it does not exist.
Well, thanks, General. We had also some comments being made under oath that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, quote unquote, is a constitutional delinquent. Do you regard yourself as such?
There's been many allegations, honorable members, about General Mkhwanazi, that to date, I've never been someone to appear anyway to come and give my account of things against the allegations made. So every other allegation that is presented before this committee, it remains allegations that I can say here that I don't know about it and I'm not involved in any of those allegations.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. When last did you hear from Miss Mary DeHaas?
I had never heard from Mary DeHaas for a long time. I'm not sure if she's still around, but I've never heard of her.
The PKTT, is it still operational? If so, what is the reporting line now? Do they still report to ultimately to the IMC, as it was the case before? If so, is the IMC still meeting? Because we heard, through some other, testimonies that IMC last met, I think in 2023, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm glad if it's true what the honorable member said earlier, that the boss of the minister dispute the fact that the minister say that the IMC ceased to exist in the 6th administration, which means maybe the boss might need to reprimand his subordinate for that, because it is the subordinate that said it, who's the minister. The IMC has not met since the days that we presented to date, has not met. The PKTT is operating. I've assigned the Deputy Provincial Commissioner Kupal to oversee the work that they do, whilst Jara Kumalo at times still gets some information about the activities they do, but Jara Kupal is overseeing what they do in KZN. There is a new PKTT that has been established. Some of the members from KZN has gone and joined the new PKTT. And this PKT has been established in Gauteng province. I do not know their command structures, but they are there in Gauteng operating. So we have 2 PKTTs now.
Well, thanks, General. Well, because this is probably the last time you will be appearing before this committee, I would like to also make my own observation about the PKTT. Because, as you know, I come from Nongoma. Nongoma at some point was the capital of political matters for the longest of time. And in fact, the first councillor to be killed in South Africa was at Nongoma. And for that matter, he was the mayor, Mr. P.J. Scott. And there had been dozens of killings in Nongoma. But the advent of the PKTT, I would say, actually drastically minimized that. Over the last 2.5 years, we have not had any politically motivated killing in Nongoma. So I would like to ascribe that to the presence and the working of the PKTT. So that therefore anyone who has any kind of doubts about the effectiveness of the operations of the PKTT, I would invite him to come with me to Nongo so that I am able to pinpoint the cases where the PKTT had been able to actually make some breakthroughs. And secondly, you know, as I do, General, that we've been actually sitting with what you would call faction fights in Nongo. There was a time when the two of us went to Kwamos, where more than 10 people had actually been killed in a period of 2 to 3 weeks. And since that day, when we addressed the community together, there's never been a killing or any other activity that actually, you know, women were actually, you know, sleeping in the field. You know, the children were no longer going to school, but we put a stop to that. And the third problem which have become perennial in our area is taxi wars, as you know. Nongoma also is very notorious for taxi wars. And over the last 2.5 years of the activities of the PKTT in the area, we have not had any taxi war related killings. So again, I just want to say on behalf of the people of Nongoma, thank you so much to the PKTT. We are going to be approaching elections. And as I speak to you right now, today, there are 2 by-elections that are taking place in Nongo. Different political parties, they are rubbing shoulders without any incident. So that is also the result of the presence of the PKTT. So I'd like to thank you for that. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we are taking a break. We are coming back at 20 minutes past 8. Honorable members, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Police, it's now 8:30. We should run for the next 2 or 3 hours and see how far we would be. But surely we must finish tonight. Thank you so much, General, for coming back. Honorable Reddy, we recognize your presence here and welcome. And we give the microphone to Honorable Sols. Your 30 minutes will expire at 9 o'clock. And you will be on the discretion of the chairperson for no more than 15 minutes. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to confirm is Mr. Romano ready for me? Because I don't see him in the chambers, and I will need him in like 2 minutes, Chair. I have arranged with him, but I don't see him in the chambers.
Yeah, Mr. Romano is the man.
All right. I see him now, and he's indicated he's ready. General, good evening to you.
Good evening, sir.
Earlier with Honorable Matisse, you shared that your understanding of my use of the word holes means shortcomings. I want to confirm that. That is indeed what I mean when I say holes. I mean shortcomings. And you admitted to having shortcomings. So it's undisputed. You are indeed a national hero with holes. And then you said something which obviously spoke volumes. You said, you're not much of a Christian, but many Christians are afraid to die. I want to confirm with you, I'm one of those believers who is not afraid to die. There's a scripture that says, for me to live is Christ, and for me to die is gain. I fear no man, only the one who can send my soul to hell. Then you also mentioned something about a person sharing something about, it looks like I am against you. And the perception that is out there. Now, General, I want to confirm with you, I've always had the position that it's important for me to uphold the integrity of this committee. So I have to be always independent and always focus on the evidence. I've opened myself up to anybody because what I wanted to do was I wanted to have all views so that at the end of the day, my decision can be independent, my comments can be independent, and everyone that has ever spoken to me, I've always been open about my position that share with me whatever you want to share, no matter which side you support, but give me evidence and I will test it. So one thing that you can be sure of then is that whatever I'm saying to you today is not influenced. It is my independent position. One other thing I did, General, I went to KZN. I wanted to also get a feel of, apart from the evidence and things, and I must say, in front of the nation, KZN is big. I used the Ubers, and I had at least 3 Uber drivers. Kwanda, Zakile, and Mswawenkosi. And all three of them spoke well of you. Now, if Uber drivers, and it was young people, can speak well of you as a provincial commissioner, that speaks volumes. Now, as you have admitted, you do have holes too, and I've seen some of it, but those holes does not take away from the fact that you are doing a great job. And I've seen it. And I want you to watch something. Now, the honorable members, I'm sure by now, is very tired of my voice. They are going to have to deal with it. It's my time. But I would like you, General, to indulge me. And this was a speech I did in Parliament, April 2025. And you are mentioned in this. And I want you to hear it. Would you indulge me, General?
That's correct. I was just making note of that speech so I can be able to recheck it again. But I'm listening.
I was about to say, as you were. Mr. Romano, please. Frustrate my colleagues.
Savior Jesus Christ, Moinke Ahuniki, Kendrick Lamar, a popular American musician. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Moinke Ahuniki. Kendrick Lamar, a popular American musician, in his Super Bowl performance went viral when he did his hit entitled "They Are Not Like Us." The subliminal messaging resonated mostly with African Americans because it seemed like Lamar was addressing the elephant in the room, saying that the former slave masters who infringed upon the human rights of the former slaves are not like us. But surprisingly, the descendants of the former slave masters danced along to the tune in agreement, and the question is why? Because every system of oppression and slavery is built upon and kept alive by the ideology that they are not like us. For as long as whites say of blacks they are not like us, and blacks say of whites they are not like us, then we will have a bill of rights with a system that is still not right. We say they are like us. When the People's Assembly, made up of black, white, colored and Indian, gathered in Kliptown to sign the Freedom Charter, it was because white whites and blacks said of each other, they are like us. Anton Franz fought off apartheid police, and when they threatened to kill him, which they did, he screamed "Kohaume," because when he, as a 20-year-old colored African, looked at his black brothers and sisters, he said, they are like us. When our Khoisan forefathers welcomed Portuguese, Dutch and British settlers for a temporary stay, and they forcefully made it permanent, it was because they believed that they are like us. If we are going to deepen social justice and human rights, we as South Africans will have to say, I am you, and that is Ubuntu. When we see Rassi leading the Bokke to represent our national unity globally, we must say that is us. When we see KZN Provincial Commissioner Lt-Gen General Mkhwanazi win his fight against crime, we must all say that is us. When we see Minister Mackenzie stand for the inclusion of all races in DSEC, we must say that is us. We will only deepen social justice and human rights when those who are corrupt amongst us, whether white, black, colored or Indian, of them we must all say they are not like us. Those amongst us who loots, they are not like us. Those amongst all of us who are racist, they are not like us. Those amongst us who kidnaps our children like Jocelyn Smith and rapes them like Kwekwe, they are not like us. Those amongst us in the GNU who continuously returns to their default colonialist setting of arrogance, who pretends to fight for all South Africans against the VAT increase, but when asked for alternatives, they speak only of Cape Town and Richards Bay Port's devolution, exposing that they are only concerned about what they consider their country, Cape Town, and definitely not the poor parts of it like Mitchell's Plain and Langa. Of them only we must say they are not like us. And Federan, we don't have a bill of black rights, colored rights, Indian or white rights. We have a bill of human rights. We won't take 4 acres and a mule. We shall pay market value for it and share the rest fairly until we are all owners. We are all South African. We are all Africans in particular. Awelani, Ayo, Salute Massacre. They not like us. 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 General, today, that was April 2025. Today, I want to look you in the eye and tell South Africans that is us. I mean it.
Thank you, sir.
General, Lady Justice has a blindfold. And so sometimes the law will not see truth, but the Lord will. And I want to encourage you. Always walk in repentance of your holes. I'm about to close. And I want to say 2 things to you as I say goodbye. 1, I have something I disagree with you with, and a lesson I've learned from you tonight. 1, my disagreement. I disagree with the statement you've made to Honorable Adams when you said sometimes education is important. You need to go to school so that you can read. Indeed, education is important, but we must respect our Constitution. That member, there are people out there who voted for him and gave him 2 seats in this parliament. Without school, we have our former president, Jacob Zuma, who's self-taught, taught himself 5 languages, taught himself to read. He calls Robben Island his university. The man was the first citizen of this country
and in 3 or so months made history, built the third largest party in this country, no school, and the largest party in the province that you lead as the provincial commissioner. We don't know each other's history. I disagree with many things Honorable Adams has said. And I took the things that I thought had basis and I shared it here. And there's many things that were said about you that I disagreed with. But I measured it. And the ones that I didn't believe, I discarded. But it doesn't mean that I should sit here as an MP myself, knowing the community he comes from, knowing that there's colored boys that are looking at him and at least sees that if he made it to Parliament, they can too. And so that statement, I vehemently disagree with it. The lesson I've learned from you, when you said, you didn't mention the meeting that you had with Ket Matala at the time when you came to testify because there's information, his life at risk and so on. What I've learned from that is that sometimes the right information in the wrong room is dangerous. General Mkhwanazi, I wish you well. I wish you all the best in your tenure, your new tenure in KZN. May you do more to make that province safer. May you remain a national icon and a national hero with oath. God bless you. And remember, God has entered the ring. Salute, General.
Thank you so much, sir. Salute.
What did I say to you when we started here? That today is the day the Lord has made. Honorable Vessels, your time starts now. Thanks very much, Honorable Sons.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This is now the second time that Honorable Souls gets me caught off guard, because he's usually very stringent on using all of his time. But thank you very much, and good evening, General.
Good evening, sir.
General, I think we've, in this whole process, heard a lot of allegations. Allegations made by you, starting on the 6th of July, and also in your first appearance here and in front of the Nhlanhla Commission, and also from other witnesses, some making allegations against you, some making other wild allegations, some trying to advance their innocence as well. In terms of the allegations made by you or by others. And it's very difficult for Parliament to actually get to the bottom of what is true and what is not, because we're not investigators, and it makes it quite difficult. And to a certain extent, one wants to say that there's not an abundance of truth that was here in front of us. And that makes it very, very difficult. I want to just go back to the explanatory witness statement that you submitted, General, with the evidence regarding the allegation of the money paid to former Minister Bekele. And I know this you did speak to this morning at great length, but I do just want to revisit it because I think it's quite important. Would you agree that from this evidence, from the WhatsApp messages, the two affidavits, that it's quite probable, almost want to say clear, that Nhlanhla's intention was to pay the 7,000 rand into former Minister Clearley's account? Do you agree?
Yeah, well, that's a feeling we have, considering the communication he had with the gentleman, and subsequent to that, he then started asking, "Who are you?" And after noticing who the person is, he then deletes the communication. So that's what makes us believe when you look at the similarities of the numbers.
Exactly.
And the title that he uses to address the person.
Exactly. But what do you think would have been the reason for him to have wanted to pay the former minister? Because if I look at the dates, those messages of a payment took place in December 2024. Those messages were sent to the person, the wrongfully identified person, the wrong number, on the 27th of December 2024. So that's after Clearly was not minister anymore. What could he have wanted to pay him for, in your opinion?
We really don't understand, because when you look at the figures, the amount, and it's not that much. So, and when we also been told by this gentleman, there were a lot of documents that went to him. So we really don't understand the reason behind the messages and subsequent to that, the money. So I really wouldn't understand. Perhaps it's something that was discussed over the call that perhaps might have made Nhlanhla to then send the documents on WhatsApp only to discover later maybe he saved it wrong. We're not sure.
But if one looks at paragraph 4 of the affidavit of the person that the message was sent to and the 7,000 rand was paid into, he says that from the messages that he received from Captain Nhlanhla, Captain Nhlanhla already paid 50,000 rand to someone, but that he was not getting assistance. If you read in paragraph 4 on, I don't think there's page numbers.
Second line on page 2.
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, the second page of the statement. And then later he said he'll pay an additional amount for extra service, is the words this person used. And that's most probably from the messages that were sent to him. But this is a few days, about 20 days, if I remember correctly, after the raid at Captain Nhlanhla's house. And it was a few days before the directive of Minister Mkhwanazi. Am I correct? So am I correct to say that it's probable that this holds that there's some connection here, or don't you think there's any connection
Between Minister Mkhwanazi's
directive, the raid at Captain Nhlanhla's house, the extra service? The question that we don't have an answer to is what would the former minister have influence on to assist Mr. Nhlanhla with?
Yeah, no, what our understanding as a team is that there's a possibility that the relationship between Nhlanhla and probably Minister Clearley, the former Minister Clearley, has something to do with this contract that seems like Nhlanhla wants assistance. The directive of Mr. Mkhwanazi come 2 or 3 days after that conversation. And we know that after Minister Mkhwanazi has sent that directive or before he sent a directive, he had given an instruction for this contract to be cancelled before the directive. So surely if there was a connection between the two of them, I don't see why would then Nhlanhla engage with Cele on this if it was. But instead, Nhlanhla will be in good terms in engaging with Cele to make sure that nothing that what Mr. Mkhwanazi said must happen. But Minister Mkhwanazi had given a directive that something is not right with this contract, so therefore something must be done to correct the wrong.
See, because if one also looks at the messages that were sent to this person by accident with the wrong number, wrong digit in the number, there's a lot of documents that was sent and it was deleted. Now, the problem is, or my thinking is, that we heard from other witnesses the allegation that former Minister Cele is ruling the South African Police Service from the grave, was the words that were used. The National Commissioner denies that. He says he can't see truth in that. But do you agree that if one looks at this, it makes one think? Because there's a raid, there's a search at the premises of Kat Nhlanhla. We saw the messages between Kat Nhlanhla and Brown Mkhwanazi, that there's an unease about what's happening now. He pays someone 50,000 rand, and he says to what he thinks is Minister Cele that is not getting the assistance that he actually wanted. And then he pays an extra 7,000 rand. It is a very small amount, strange amount. But it seems as though he thinks that Minister Cele would be able to assist him in this criminal issue. Or am I sitting upon this?
Well, I wouldn't know. What I know is that perhaps in regard to what happened on the 6th of December, is that Mr. Nhlanhla's property was searched.
Yes.
And firearms were taken. But he was not arrested. The only thing that happened, there was a search and firearms taken. So when he engages with General Cele in relation to the firearms taken, in relation, or if he engaged with him in December, I would like to believe perhaps it might either be about the firearms, which I heard General Cele talking about, or alternatively something to do with what Minister Mkhwanazi has started in dealing with the contract. But what we know from communication is that the only communication from Kat Nhlanhla that we see at the time when they were engaging, it's from the phone that was found from him later. There was a phone that was found from Kat Nhlanhla on that raid of the 6th of December. But I'm told that they couldn't open the phone. So as a result, they could not see what was inside, and the phone was given back to him. But the other communications that happened thereafter are the ones that takes us back to that conversation of December. But we know that during that December time and going forward, it was with Mkhwanazi, and it was also with that Mr. Suleiman Karim from Northwest. Those are the two people that Kat seems to have approached for intervention on the contract.
On a different issue, but you now mentioned phones and data on phones. You earlier spoke on the devices of Minister Mkhwanazi, and you said that he deleted certain messages. But don't the organization have, the police have the technology to retrieve deleted messages? So is that not possible?
It has been retrieved. It's exactly what I was saying. They didn't know that.
Okay, I just wanted clarity on that.
Yes.
So the messages aren't gone?
No, they're not gone. They were erased, but they're back now.
Okay, now that's important. The question I think have been asked to you, but I want to ask it again. Is there factions in the South African Police Service, especially in top management?
Well, it might not be directly, but you're probably going to get that. I might not necessarily confirm or say there is one now, but there was a time in the South African Police Service where we had such. And the faction was mainly about those that regard themselves as comrade, politically connected, and those that were regarded as, call it apartheid police, if you will. People that grew up in the service that were not part of the non-statutory force, and those that came from outside as part of non-statutory force. So we've had that situation in the police.
General, what I think nobody can deny, if one looks at all the evidence and all the testimony that we've heard, and that's in front of the Nhlanhla Commission as well, is that there's syndicates operating. There's, as you also put it, the Big Five is actually nothing against, I think your words were earlier today, the big bras. That's even more dangerous. And that is, that's very concerning. But what actually worries me more is that it seems as though there's also a lot of ad hoc corruption, if I can put it like that. There's a lot of, let me first qualify, there's a lot of dedicated, good police officers out there that serves South Africa and that serves and protects. But there's also a lot of corrupt and corruptible police officials. That's not necessarily part of this whole network. But, and I want to commend you for also admitting this earlier today, or for highlighting this, that there's too many generals. Because we've heard of a lot of police officers during this 5+ months, but it's very few times that it's not a general. It's either a major general, lieutenant general, and a lot of them are on suspension. I have been suspended. All these allegations against them, and I want to thank you for highlighting that, because it seems as though we have a very top-heavy police service, but also that a lot of, or some of, those top management are living extremely high lives. It's as if they are pop stars with Durban Julys and parties everywhere, and they're not actually there to serve and to manage the police service. Would you mind to comment on that statement?
Yeah, well, there will be amongst us that will live large. But again, until an investigation is conducted, lifestyle audit is done, people might be justified why they're living a large life, because they might be coming from rich families and got inheritance, they've got businesses, because we are allowed to do business as well. There are businesses that they are running that gives them income. So there are many reasons that some of the colleagues might live large. But it's something that we see, but we don't investigate. So what that becomes a problem, because we end up not knowing what is the source of the wealth that we see before us, but it's there.
But now there's a very big problem, and that is, and there's, I think, it will always be at odds end with each other, as a police service and an internal investigating unit such as IPIT. You will always have fraction or problems between the two. But it seems as though IPIT is abused. But you can't really do anything about this very deep-rooted corruption if IPIT is not actually functioning. How do we get IPIT to function? And to not to have when there's investigations, that it's not said that it's just factions or it's driving a certain agenda or it's infiltration. How do we clean it so that we can get rid of the corruption?
Honorable members, I think if you have, number one, people at are very disciplined, dedicated, and not politically inclined that are leading that institution, the abuse of their powers will not be realized. I'm saying this because of so many cases that IPID have opened, which are cases that who cannot justify why they came up with those cases. A typical example, it's when they wrote to me and they said the Minister Mkhunu registered a complaint with them. They wrote it in black and white. The head of investigation who's currently acting, who was not there when the letter was written, flew to KZN to withdraw that letter. And he gave me a 2-paragraph letter to say it was not a minister, it was an anonymous complaint. But 2 weeks later, he told the acting minister. The acting minister told the National Commission told me. When I confronted him, he started denying. But he told the acting minister that the chief of staff is the one who complained. So then I asked a question, well, why was he not honest? If it's a chief of staff, it most likely it's a minister then. Why are they trying to cover it up? So it is that behavior of the head of the institution, which the acting is already compromised. So once we have such individuals, we're not going to get a good IPID running. There is a section in the IPID Act, I don't have it in front of me, I cannot remember. It's a section that they're abusing. The intention of the legislature, I believe, was to make sure that the powers of the police are controlled. Police don't go out in their own making, just kill and assault people, things that are alleged by some of the or these people that came in here. That's why IPID exists, so they can investigate such behaviors and correct it. Take those police officers who do wrong to court. But there was a section in that act that gives the powers to the national director to initiate a case, not because there was an action that was done by the police in a line function. They themselves, they can act like police. They decide they don't like you, they suspect to be involved in the wrong, they investigate you. It is that section of the act that might need to be relooked at. You remove that section, IPID become a vanguard of the police on what police does and be able to correct. That is one. But on the other side, IPID must be capacitated. If we're to really look at it, pains me. Well, I'm not working for them. But it pains me when I look at the resources that they have, human resources and many other resources that they need to be able to carry out the task. If the police has done wrong, and if there's a collusion in the police with the wrong that the police have done, one of the things, typical example, we could be involved in a shooting, police officer shot and kill someone. The forensic that attends, IPID is a detective, but the person who tells the crime scene is a police officer, not an IPID expert. So that police officer, if in cahoots with the one that shot, they'll mess up that scene. Evidence is collected, is packaged, is sent to forensic lab, and you wait for the result. Whose lab is this? It's the same SAPS lab. Then IPID must rely on the same SAPS lab. So if the collision between the police, the results coming out of that lab will not be positive.
Yes.
And then IPID won't be successful because IPID don't have their own alternatives of conducting the investigation. So it's some of those things that might be looked at. If we strengthen those things, perhaps we might have a good institution going forward.
Thank you very much, General, for that. I think it's valuable. I also think one should consider having some kind of, that the head of IPID may never be considered to become National Commissioner, for instance, because that's one of the allegations, obviously, is that certain things were done so that a certain person could become National Commissioner. But that's just a by the way statement. Just one last question or there's a lot of ridiculous allegations that have been made against you as well. Not even going to, I don't think anybody is going to ask you that, but it was made under oath. And that is something that's quite upsetting in this whole process as was, that people do not take the oath serious at all. I mean, it's even being said under oath that you are a CIA agent. I don't have to ask you if you are or not. But there's also, I've received an affidavit that was made this evening. And you mentioned earlier today when you were talking of the blue lights that escorted Honorable Adams to the prison. You spoke of a conference call that will take place. Am I correct? Between someone that will testify. There's a case that was opened by Detective Sergeant Thomas this evening, alleging that he was kidnapped and his cell phone was taken and was intimidated on your instruction to get a statement on the blue light situation. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, well, that moves very fast. I like that. Honorable Chair and members, the team is investigating the movements of Mr. Adam. And he goes and he lands in Durban. He is taken with blue lights. He goes to prison. He does what he does in prison. The person that arranged this movement with blue lights for Mr. Adams is a policeman working under me in KZN. This policeman is the one that opened the case. He's a cousin or nephew of Mr. McBride. This policeman, well, I did not know he's related to Mr. McBride, but over time he's always been sending me a message to try and arrange a meeting between me and McBride. I know it and I hope he's not going to change it. His profile on WhatsApp, I think, is that of Fidel Castro. That's what drew my attention over time, every time when he sent the messages. But I never saved this message, but every now and then you'll be talking about McBride. But there's a profile that I noticed that's the same person. The team wants to meet with him. I conducted District Commissioner General case in the morning. That the team wants to meet with him. I also phoned General Gopal, who is the acting Deputy Provincial Commissioner responsible for investigation, to try and locate this member. Because at one stage, he's from Bratton Beach Police Station, but at one stage he was deployed in the task team in the provincial office that was dealing with drugs. He was working there. And I'm told he has since gone back to Bratton Beach. So I'm talking to these two because the other one's a district commissioner and the other one possible as the acting deputy. If he's still within the team, he might find him there. So they locate him and they tell him to come to the provincial office at General Gopal's office. The team goes there to go and investigate. And I must say, this is a PKTT. It's not just any other team that went to him.
I wanted to ask you that.
Because it's related to the Cindy Somakatwa case that the PKTT is investigation. So it is a PKTT that deals with this case. They go to the provincial office, 15 Bramfish in Durban at 17th floor. They meet up with him at General Gopal's supervision. They interview him about his role because the other members that were driving in their statements under oath, they said he's the one that requested, tasked them to go and get Mr. Adams from the airport. We got his name from the members that were doing the job. So when he has to then explain himself, it's part of the investigation. It looks like he did not tell the truth in that interview they were doing with him in the police building. That's what they told me this evening. And they obtained a statement from him. Subsequent to that, they took his phones because they wanted to download them right there and there. I guess he did not expect that the phone are going to be downloaded, which means some things might come out of those phones. So they downloaded his phone. When they finished with him, he allegedly went out. When they were done, they all left. He went straight to the police station and talks about kidnapping. So it's an investigation. IPAT must take and investigate, I hope. And so I can be able to tell, how did he get into the office? Was he forced to come to the office? What happened in the office? There are cameras there in the building. And when he left, at what stage was the kidnapping? So it's one of those which I think is putting up a case because he does not know how to justify his action. So for me, sitting here after being briefed, and I really said, he's part of the problem. He's caught now, a year later. He does not know what to do. But the truth will come out.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
to Mr. Adams for making the team aware about these things.
Thank you very much, General, once again. Thank you.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
What South Africans desperately want to know, and me, is who exactly is the Big Five cartel? And while I understand and respect that criminal investigations are ongoing, I want to ask a series of very important questions that will help the people of South Africa and this committee come closer to the understanding of the extent of the capture of the criminal justice system. We want to know who are these thugs that has been feeding drugs to our children. And I stand here today as victim number one. I am an extremely angry South African. I am angry because for years I've been sending information to people and tip-offs about drug dens in my community. And in 2026-25, after 15 years of activism, calling the president to Eldorado Park and ministers, an entire cabinet, having a presidential intervention in my community, and it's business as usual. I could never understand. Today I understand. I have on my phone here dozens of messages I've been made a fool of for years to General Sipia, giving him tip-offs on drugs. So yes, I am angry. You need to help me here today. I've done my own analysis. There are certain things that doesn't matter to me, and then there's this. When you spoke on the 6th of July and you said you touched a nerve, they feed our children drugs, and this is why you see most of our communities cannot go forward, because the entire community has been criminalized. They arrest everyone with 1 and 2 packets of tik, and they don't go after this rot that's here, because they are the rot. So I need you to help me here this evening, because ons kan nie wag vir nog 10 jaar to uncover the mess and uproot it. My first question, what is the primary nature of the relationship between Sipia and Kat Nhlanhla?
What we understand, the relationship will be that of a police officer protecting someone that's a criminal, which is got history and different criminalities, not just one. But it's a criminal relationship between the two.
Let me add to that. Sipia, DNC, second in charge in this country, accused of receiving money from Nhlanhla, being the most senior SAPS official in the cartel. Am I correct?
He's the most feared by another generals.
So he's the most senior and he's the most feared in the cartel. Leaked confidential information through Sergeant Nkosi to give Nhlanhla and Mzwazi, Msibi, and others. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Brought in Rashid Ismail for kidnapping as a so-called expert. Am I correct?
That's a name, correct?
That's a name.
Yep.
Honorable Matthys asked you earlier on, who was the investigating officer? I put it to you, that investigating officer that Sibia was introducing to the families of the victims that were being kidnapped is this man, Rashid Ismail.
We've got on record his transfer money payment with Sangi.
Who is Sergeant Nkosi?
Is a detective that works at the head office.
Am I correct that he acted as an errand boy, intermediary for General Sibia and members of the cartel?
Is one of the runners, as we had depicted on our sketch that we projected earlier.
Got my eie sketch hier. He collected money from criminals, worked in organized crime unit, but was effectively detached to run Sibia's errands, collected bags of money and packages from Molefe's house. Am I correct?
There is a person who's been moving around a lot between the group of people.
Okay. Did Sergeant Nkosi, on behalf of Sibia, collect money from members of the cartel, such as Kat, Molefe, Msibi, and others?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't have evidence of money, but what in his own words said to me, he's been moving things between them.
I already touched on this. I'm getting ahead of myself. Who is exactly Rashid Ismail?
I don't know. I don't know who the person is, but he, of course, even said he's an expert that in kidnapping. I don't know who.
But you've heard this name before.
Yeah, well, when the team were investigating and they saw that payment, they told me who the person is. Otherwise, I did not know about
A
it.
payment between?
That Rashid and Nangi, the person that has been a suspect of kidnapping and known as a kidnapping kingpin in Mozambique.
Okay. What is the nature of the relationship between Sibia and Rashid?
From what I gathered is that they are friends working well together dealing with kidnapping cases.
So let me say this to you. So-called expert involved in kidnapping cases abroad linked to Sibia, who facilitated his appointment by families to negotiate ransom. This is what Sibia does. And allegedly received kickbacks when the families pay. This is Sibia. This is his guy. He's not even registered. What is the nature of the relationship between General Richard Shibiri, Kat Nhlanhla, Molefe, and Msibi?
What we gathered from the investigation, all members, is that Shibiri was the head of organized crime in Gauteng. When he started investigating issues that touch these drug kingpins, his life was threatened. So he then had to ease up and join the crew. So that what led into him being moved from Gauteng and elevated to be the head of organized crime at the head office.
And Shibiri is the one who tipped off Nhlanhla about the December operation at his house. Am I correct?
I know of Sergeant Nkosi who did that. I'm not so sure about Shibiri's role.
Received money from Nhlanhla, 70,000?
Yeah, well, according to the money that was moved to him in order to pretend as if he did not receive the money, as if it was a loan, he transferred it back, but he got it cash.
And he is the head of SAPS organized crime.
That's correct. He's the one appointed a panel that was chaired by Jarasbia.
I need to breathe. What is the relationship between Feroz Khan and Sibia?
I'm not so sure, but as far as I could hear in the past was that it looks like the relationship was not that good, because at one stage, Sibia had recommended disciplinary steps against Jar Khan. But over time, they found convergence around the minister, and then they started working together.
Okay, now we've seen these pictures over the last couple of days. Witness testimony at Mdlanga, including WhatsApp messages, suggests a special relationship between Khan and Nhlanhla. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Nhlanhla also allegedly claimed to have provided financial favors to Khan,
That's correct.
including a claim that Khan demanded 2.5 million but was paid 500,000.
That's correct.
There are also allegations regarding Khan's use of a penthouse in Menlyn.
I heard about that.
Khan is said to be linked to Malema and has been pictured at the same house as the hitman linked to Witness D. This is what's on social media.
That is correct.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, I know they're close. I know Mr. Malema through Khan, myself.
What do you know about General Feroz Khan's alleged relationship with individuals linked now to illicit cigarette smuggling, drug dealing, and kidnapping?
Well, it's no secret that Khan had accompanied those individuals during one of the EFF gatherings, political gathering celebrations in Johannesburg. So from there, we could deduct that they've got a close relationship beyond what then the investigation has revealed afterwards.
Do you know about the relationship between Sibia and Stuart Shanik, who appeared alongside him in this very house?
Well, I'm not sure exactly what links the two of them, but I did see the video.
Stuart Shanik, criminal with 34 criminal cases, 18 of which resulted in guilty findings, claims he rented his bulletproof car to Sibia for 60,000 Rand a month.
Yeah, well, we are investigating that Mr. Shalit's about many other things. So when the relationship started and the nature of the relationship, that I cannot confirm.
Okay. Let me move beyond SAPS. We're connecting the dots. Who exactly is Steve Mutsumi and what is he involved in?
I still don't know who Mr. Mutsumi. That's why this morning I still asked Sergeant Kosi, who is this Steve Mutsumi?
Could he be the possible principal of the cartel, not the head?
What I know is a person who was very close, was one of the inner circles of the late Mr. Mswazi.
He's a very powerful figure within and outside the police and possibly linked to influencing the appointment of provincial heads of the Hawks.
That's information we've gathered.
Who is Z Kumalo? And are you aware of what he is involved in and why he's involved with directing SAPS investigations and has access to confidential SAPS information?
What we became aware about who Z is was that he is a person that was working very close with the late Mswazi, and as a person who was the brain behind the taxi finance. He was managing the taxi finance under Santaco. So that's a relationship that we know of him. We've seen on the WhatsApp chats now about the case that he had opened and the communication then between him and Sergeant Kosi and them. But to what extent is involvement that we cannot say what else that he does. But we know him as a person who's been running the taxi finance as a business within Santaco.
Very influential, tender fraud, corruption, linked to Sergeant Nkosi, allegedly demanding and directing investigations through Sibia's office.
Yeah, well, we don't have evidence of that yet.
Was in contact with Suleiman Karim and others linked to the cartel, including Msibi, linked to those characters.
What I'm aware of is that he connects with many people. There are many politicians that he communicates with. So whether he's part of the squad that has been investigated, we don't have that on record as yet.
Who is Suleiman Karim?
Suleiman Karim comes to the picture because of the communication between him and Ket Matlala regarding that contract in the police, the health contract. We learned that I don't know if he's still a secretary or is a former secretary of a political party in Northwest, but he's a businessman in Northwest.
Did he pay CAT? He's the financier. Did he pay CAT 10 million and was almost a silent partner in the 360 million tender? They're saying they can't hear? Yo. Yo, imagine. Suleiman paid CAT 10 million and was a silent partner in the 360 million tender. Involved in Morgan, Maumela, and paid him money involved with. Received information about Matala's contract and is linked to Brown Mkhwanazi and the Minister of Police. Am I correct?
Yeah, honorable members, maybe you might want to also somehow, I don't know how you're going to do this, but engage with the Nhlanhla Commission, because they've got analysts, they've got more of this information that have been extracted from communication between people that are forensic evidence that might help you to make a better decision going forward, which you're asking me about it now is not in front of me. I might confirm some of the things, some of them I might make a mistake because we take it from what sometimes we hear on the media.
Okay,
But there is money communication between them,
that's
or many transfers between them.
Do you know Jerry Boshoga, and what is the connection between Jerry, Kat, Sibia, Molefi, Mswazi, Steve, and Suleiman?
I'm not so sure about all those that you have mentioned. There are some of them partly that I know that there's been issues of drugs, and there are some of them that is issues obvious of taxes involvement.
I've got, he's a drug manufacturer and distributor involved in sophisticated criminal syndicates since 2012, accused by Kat Mhlala of manufacturing drugs on his farm, owed multiple drug syndicates money, which may explain why he was abducted and tortured.
That's information that we have as part of the investigation.
Morgan Maumela, what is his relationship with Kat, General Sibia, Molefe, Suleiman?
So again, honorable member, I cannot necessarily tell what is the nature of the relationship, but I know that the team have got some communication. The Gauteng team has got some communication between them. That seems to suggest that there's some business transactions happening.
This Gauteng team that everyone has been looking all over besides in there. Morgan is a tender fraud and also involved in corruption, implicated as a key figure that's linked to General Sibia. I'm not even sure why Sibia is still getting paid. Implicated as a key figure in the 2 billion Tembisa hospital tender scandal. Correct?
We heard about it, yes.
Linked to 41 companies involved in major tender fraud. Named in SIU reports and has appeared in the Nhlanhla Commission, accused of running a tender network that influenced the awarding of government healthcare contracts to companies linked to him. Almal in Sibia se basket. And then we have Ignatius Pello. What is the relationship with the same list of characters that I've been mentioning? Kat, Molefe, Swazi, Karim, and this guy. Do you know who he is?
No, I'm not sure.
Have you established why the deputy president of the Patriotic Alliance, Kenny Kunene, was at Katiso Molefe's house at the time of his arrest?
No, I didn't get the details as to the reasons for him being there.
I'm asking this because pictures have surfaced showing Kunene with individuals such as General Sibia, Msibi. He was at the house of an alleged murderer and crime kingpin, Molefe. And this is why I'm asking.
Yeah, people do have relationships that are informed or influenced by something. At times we'll know, sometimes we won't know. So I guess as the team is investigating, we're able to uncover the truth of the relationship.
I'm just making sure the team has all the names with these question marks. No stone left unturned.
So far, all what you are reading out are on the pie chart of the team.
My concluding point, when one considers the individuals named and the allegations already before this committee, Can you confirm whether the cartel at the center of all of this is responsible for a coordinated network of complex criminal activity, including, because if I researched all of these people, it's like a company, I said this yesterday, with various departments. Drug manufacturing and distribution is but one of the departments, how this cartel operates. It's all interlinked. The people that I've mentioned here possibly linked to the country's cash in transit heist. Am I correct?
Not possible, they are.
They are.
Yes.
Kidnapping and ransom,
Yes, they are.
because this very guy by the name of Mr. Ishmael, he was also introduced by General Sibia to Jerry's family to
That's
assist. That was involved in this Naigri, what do you call him?
Nangi.
Yes.
Yes, I'm told he gets introduced by the police to different families that their families have been kidnapped.
Yes.
They always introduce him.
So he gets introduced as an expert, saying he can help you find and trace your family member. The family pays millions. And guess who benefits?
That's correct.
Drug manufacturing and distribution on the list.
Yes, ma'am.
Contract killings, hitmen for hire.
That's correct.
Something. When we speak about hitmen for hire, the AK-47 used in the murder of Armand Swart, we mustn't forget this, was also used in the murders of DJ Somebody, DJ Ventos, and Don Tindleli. Am I correct?
That is correct. That's why Mlifi was arrested with all those murders and given bail more than once already.
Why DJs?
Because that's where the drugs are sold. For those that are partying, they're always in the clubs.
Tender and procurement corruption, part of the offerings, if I can call it that.
Yes, they do. Honorable members, as I said earlier, this group that we're investigating might not necessarily be the most powerful in the country. There are many others that we're not talking about. But this one come to the radar because they wanted to control government.
That's it.
Others might be running it without interfering much with government, dealing with the junior police officers on the ground. But these ones wanted to capture the scene of the police and the very high level security cluster officials so that they can get away around, and politicians, unfortunately.
Taxi-related crime, part of the investigations.
That's correct.
Bribery, extortion and racketeering, fraud and money laundering. Had you not done what you did, I said this earlier on, I would still be sending tip-offs to many of these people that I've mentioned. I cannot believe that to date, we have suspended them and we are still paying them salaries. It's a shame. I thank you for your bravery.
Thank you so much.
I thank you for vindicating the many communities that have said we have officials that's corrupt. We couldn't connect the dots. We were fighting, we were camping ourselves outside the homes of drug dealers, collecting our stuff that our children steal from us. We were hitting down the doors of lolly lounges, fetching our girls out of those lounges that was exchanging their bodies for drugs. We were picking up abandoned babies because of drugs in our communities. The new scourge destroying the youth of South Africa. I speak today without fear or favor. I'd rather speak than to live a life with someone that is on drugs. It is much worse. Bless you for your bravery. I haven't had motivational words for anyone who's appeared before this committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Honorable Samboni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening.
Until 10:10. Plus 15 minutes if you like.
Thank you. I was about to ask, would you mind, Jay? Everybody got 45, I'm getting 30. I won't even need 30,
No,
Chair.
I'm saying
Sorry.
until 10:10 plus 15 minutes
If I like.
if you like.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, General.
Yes, sir.
To be honest, General, really, all questions have been asked. You know, I've been sitting here next to Honorable Ngol, and I keep saying, "Hey, bo, there goes another question of mine." So, General, I just want to clean up a few things, right? And I need you to understand that. Sorry, I've said this before, but now we at deliberations and report writing stage. There'll be testimonies that are put here that we need to put back to you, that if they haven't been responded, then they go uncontested. So that's the thinking around my questioning. But maybe let me just start here. How have things been since July 6th? We see that you're working. How is the system settling? How is it working? And did your officers eventually receive their awards? I'm thinking there would have been police service awards recently. So how have things been?
From the operational side point of view, things are looking good. The stats are talking, the case laws that are in courts are talking, there is evidence to that. We are looking good. The cases that have been stalled, that otherwise had we not done that press conference, will still be having people walking the streets. Those cases are in court. We can talk today about a majority of the things that is the wrong in the police, but the key figures of some of these things are already behind bars. So we are seeing positive coming out of that. Members that have been deliberately pushed out of operations have been brought back by the very same courts to come and do their police work. That's why we are seeing this wheel of justice starting to grind, because our cry was to make sure that this wheel keeps grinding. And to the extent that the leadership is bringing it to the hold in that fashion, that's what was concerning us. But we are seeing movements that are happening. Part of the work that has been done, especially in Gauteng, there's more that could be done if the capacity is there. I've said before, honorable members, I'm glad you're asking this question about the rewards to the members, because it still pains me today. We are where we are today because of two sergeants that started this problem. They were joined by another sergeant, and eventually they were joined by another team. But those two that resisted those envelopes from Shibiri, those two that resisted being convinced in parties where Mulifes and them were, those two that went ahead and made sure that the Vereeniging case is investigated, are the ones that are heroes. Sadly, they remain sergeants. I'm told one was promoted now because Kumalo had to make a plan to try and promote him. But the other one is not. They remain sergeants to date. We had pleaded with the National Commissioner to reward these members. We've had excellence awards. Unfortunately, they didn't get a single certificate for the work they've done. Now, this is the Gauteng squad I'm talking about. What we complain about, which is the first thing that means that disbanded. We said that before, which I kept on referring to what Honorable James have done yesterday, to realize that we've always been barking at the wrong tree. PKTT was never a problem. The problem was what was happening in Gauteng, which organized crime unit in Gauteng was involved, and counterintelligence in Gauteng got involved later. That is where the issues were. PKTT members that only came to assist and they went back. They didn't even stay there. They came, did what they did, and they went back. They remain in KZN. But the ones that remain in Gauteng to do the job are the ones that this country and this government should really be rewarding. They remain sergeants. We've said before, I'm the general, yes, who might regard me as a person who brought this to the surface. But the people that really were feeling the heat are the ones that are carrying a case docket. Day and night being approached by different people. A sergeant doesn't earn much. So it's easy for these people loaded with money to approach them and bribe them with money. But they refuse that.
Okay.
And we have not recognized them. The ones that I talked about, Honorable Member, last time were PKTT members. Those PKTT members that have done the wonderful job that Honorable Nhlanhla spoke about were promised to be rewarded last year. That was put on hold, postponed, simply because of the letter of the minister. Minister Commissioner promised that he's going to do something to them. The next Excellence Awards came and gone. They still did not get anything to date. So none of those have been rewarded with anything.
Okay. I think it's very unfortunate and it's noted, General. I mean, I remember even the last time you came here, how you spoke of that matter. Hence, I thought to ask. But now tell me, General, the new leadership, I'll suppose, well, I suppose this is only really the minister that's new, but are you getting any sense of reforms that are being put in place as this process proceeds to begin to deal with a lot of the issues that are being uncovered?
I think the difficulty, well, I'm at the province. The acting minister kept on promising to come to the province. So we haven't necessarily engaged much or get much of the directive of how we should do things with the acting minister. But I understand he's acting. So there's maybe a limitation what he can do. We, right at onset, I had warned him about the chief of staff in his office because he walked into the office as one individual. I think he brought only one advisor with him. But the staff he found there is a staff that to date are assisting Minister Mkhwanazi to phone people that are in witness protection. It's the same staff in that office. So how is the acting minister going to maneuver in that space? I don't know how he does it. But from where I'm sitting, the limited engagement looks promising, but there's nothing yet that is before me that I can put as a reference. But so far, the engagement is encouraging. That's why I even know now that actually IP have told the acting minister that matter they were investigating, where did the complaint come from?
Okay. General, okay, you said something very interesting here, which I hope I'm going to have time to come back to about minister phoning people in witness protection. But I want to know, General, Nhlanhla's docket, is it back with the PKTT? How far is the case now?
No, the docket was sent back to the Eastern Cape. So I do not know what's the status of the docket, but it was.
But I thought the PKTT has not been disbanded and it was a PKTT document. Why is it gone back to the Eastern Cape?
It was a directive that was given that only the KZN, remaining KZN, Eastern Cape must go to Eastern Cape. That's a directive that was given. So I do not know the reason behind.
By who now, General? Okay, sorry, I'm getting confused. Let me explain why. Because the issue of station of origin and where the dockets go, it sounded like it had been completed. Then we were told, I think just after Madlanga Commission started, we were told that the dockets were returned to yourself in KwaZulu-Natal, who then gave a directive for these dockets to then be dispersed again.
With your permission, honorable members, I've got my colleagues here. I can ask Gerald Kamane to get this before we finish this so we can give you the response.
Are you happy with that decision? Because I got the sense that Nhlanhla's family, Nhlanhla's community, South Africans were looking to the PKTT to work on this matter and resolve it. Were you happy with the decision that the dockets are now dispersed once again?
Look, I cannot say I was happy or not. I remain in KZN. So cases that are outside KZN, I cannot fight for them. Doesn't matter how I might look at it, because I might then be judging the colleague in the province that are not able to do the job. If it was still a KZN docket that was taken somewhere else, I was not going to be pleased. But in this instance, I can't necessarily comment much because the incident did not happen in KZN anyway.
Okay, I'm sure the general who's awaiting to be on the witness stand will help us there. You know, I did say, General, that I didn't have many questions for you, so I went to fundraise some questions. And there were people on social media who gave me a few questions. There was a guy called Malia Vusa Mulaudzi. Says that when you came before us, you said there's an MP that if you name, our country will burn. Now, I'm raising this within the context of you talking about members of parliament. You remember, Mos, at some point you even pointed at all of us. In your evidence, you only led evidence against Honorable Collar Barnett and Honorable Adams. Are there MPs that you still believe are enabling, to use your words, all of this rogueness within criminal intelligence?
Yeah, well, those are the people that we've identified in terms of enabling. But in terms of benefiting from crime intelligence, that is the angle I was coming with when I said, if the intelligence were to name those that are benefiting financially from crime intelligence, is that what was going to cause a problem?
After everything that we've been through, General, do you think it's still correct that things are being hidden in such a manner? I mean, we've had long debates here about how you can't classify criminality and all sorts of things. Now, if criminal intelligence is aware of such things, is it correct that, you know, we're still keeping all of these things hidden? How are we ever going to get rid of the problem then?
South Africa is not immune from the operations of intelligence all over the world. There is no country that is going to disclose everything, how they do it. But the parliamentarians must find a way through your colleagues in the Joint Standing Committee to get to know how safe are we, you know, whether these, what you see as a systematic failure, are they being corrected? Because that committee oversees 3 intelligence communities in this country. Crime intelligence is but one. There's defense intelligence and there's state security. If crime intelligence has a budget of, as Mr. Police will talk about the million, maybe 100 million rand or 600 million rand, state security might have tripled that amount. And the entire budget is secret fund. So if there is misuse of funds in the police, there's a likelihood that perhaps in other agencies, similar things happen, or even worse. So it is important that the parliamentarians take note of this. We cannot then come and open our methods of operations on covert things before the world, because this is an international people watching this, international intelligent people that are watching these things. So there's limitation in what you can tell, what you cannot tell. And it's not the secret of government, the government that is there on the day. No. It's for the safety of the country, beyond the administration that is voted in. Every president coming in, the executive come in, must comply with the act of keeping such secrets and operations of government. Otherwise, when we are transparent, we're going to regret one day. So we can't always display everything we do.
Okay, I think that's up for debate. General, there's a witness that testified here. I can't remember whether it was Mr. Mlotshwa or Mr. Adams who said the National Commissioner was at the gate of prison, and that was the trigger for the media briefing. Now, you today speak very authoritatively that had the National Commissioner been arrested, Sibiya would have been appointed National Commissioner. Now, I don't want to leave this open-ended. I need to understand, what do you base this on? Because the President appoints the National Commissioner. Now, what makes you so sure that Sibiya would have been appointed National Commissioner? And I hope that you were not insinuating that then the President would have acted in concert with these criminal syndicates. Can you just give us the basis for that statement that you made?
The president, not necessarily about the current president, even presidents in the past, they will always listen to a person that they've appointed as a cabinet member responsible for the department on the recommendations of what is the course of action to be taken next. So when you have a national commissioner arrested, he's not dismissed. So it means there must be a fitness board that is going to follow thereafter. In the interim, what do? The president get influenced by someone. I don't, sitting here today, I do not believe that President Zuma knew a person called Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. For him to take a decision that when he suspends...
So who influenced him?
To the extent when he suspends Cele, he then picks up Mkhwanazi, who's a major general, to come and act with no political credentials, nothing, just a simple task force member. Someone, I believe, a senior police officer within that system of closer to the president, threw my name in there, maybe via the minister as well, but it was influenced by a police officer that landed to the desk of the president. And the president says, okay, I take this man. And he becomes acting national commissioner. When I'm not complying with the directives, then they go back and ask, but this person you brought to us, who is he? So they were frustrated after that. So that's why I moved out. So when it happened to me, it means it can happen to anyone. So I believe that the likelihood of an acting person being appointed without involving the minister of police is almost zero. The president will have been influenced, correctly so, with the recommendation coming to him, coming from the cabinet member responsible, to say, let's put this one in the meantime to hold the fort.
Okay.
I don't think it will have been wrong even for that decision to be taken.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I hear you, General, but I think we can put that down to supposition. Because Honorable Mates, for example, read to you the president's affidavit in relation to ministers' authority to disband PKTT. President disagreed with the minister. So I would say that you were assuming it was a supposition, even maybe conjecture at this point. It's not a given.
We are in this today because of the disbandment of the PKTT. If the president says he did not agree with it, I'm still waiting like anyone else to see action against the same minister. So what the information I have is the role that SBIA was playing in this process of disbanding this team, his active role that he was playing, and how he was engaging with the minister, the relationship. There's WhatsApp communication, how he influenced the ministers, deputy ministers, how to manage the National Commission. We spoke about it. The evidence is there. Well, I was not there, and I will invite you to get the Director General at the Civilian Secretariat, who was a secretary of the panel when they were looking for the head of DPCI, to come and tell you what happened in that panel and how the minister wanted SBIA to be in that panel, only to discover that it does not meet the requirement. So with all that put in place and what we see happening, the SBIA's attitude, I cannot help but to conclude that with that information we receive was correct, that he will have been the next person walking into that office. Had that been done, we would have closed shop today. And I must, with the support of Mr. Adams and anyone else, it's true. I did mention when I was here that the National Commission was a dog prison. So Mr. Adams didn't thumbs up that. He took it from me.
Okay. You know where you and I differ, General, on a number of issues is that I'm really trying, you know, as difficult as it is, to stick to the letter of our terms of reference, which is investigate the veracity of the allegations. So, you know, I remember earlier on today you addressed me on the issue of the minister. It's because we need to get to the veracity of the allegations. So that's why I also did not want to leave this one open-ended. Honorable Wessels asked you for a comment, and I think you probably forgot to comment on Brown Mokgotzi's allegation that you are or you were a CIA agent. Could you just comment on this? Why would this gentleman say you and the king were working together, Silo Samabandla? I don't know what you were doing about coal and Israel and China. Do you have any comment on those allegations, General?
Yeah, well, the honorable member made a comment. He didn't ask me to respond on it. He just passed a comment. These are some of the things that I wanted to speak about when I come here. But I then thought, Brown Mokgotzi is just an information peddler. He hears things and they claim to be having knowledge about it. He gets involved in some of the things, but then exaggerate his involvement on some of things. I do hope that the USA as a country, independent country, and Israel take action against Bran Makhosi for that what she said. He withdrew it here, but I wish they take action against him because he was just thumb-sucking to create a story. That's him. And when he said at one stage he went to Kenya and did all those things, and he was part of of Thabo Bester's arrest, amongst others. It's a person that is closer to the people that are involved in doing things, but he makes it his own. That's why I made an example about Ket Matlala have told him that he had came to see me in Devon. But because he did not remember where the meeting was, he came here, he said it was a house. He even put a house number. There's a house number on his statement. And that house number of his statement, it's a house which is a police house at Nhlanhla. Someone gave him the house number and said, this man stays in this house number. Put that on the statement. So you can see that he had the story, he acted as if he's the one who was part of it. So the CIA thing is a narrative that people will use, mainly politicians will say you are an agent of this, because they want to suppress your opinions on things. I've been in many continents, thanks to the South African Police Service. Different countries all over the world, I've traveled. I've trained with many units out there. But I cannot be classified as an agent of any. So I must be an agent of Jamaica. I've been into Jamaica. I must be an agent of Trinidad and Tobago. I must be an agent of Zimbabwe, an agent of Mozambique. So why is he not picking up everything that sits on my passports? And he goes and he throws those ones because they're going to be a bit sensitive. Why he chose the king? I don't know. I think he just played on something that he wants to create so that it sounds as realistic as possible. I do hope and pray that the Americans and the Israelis, they are watching this. They hunt him down and they take action against him.
Okay. General Sentimule, when she was speaking to us, I just need you to help us with this one. She said that she made the call for those dockets to be released on the 6th of December, whenever. In your knowledge, since there was a lot of moving of dockets, what should she have done? What due diligence should she have exercised on moving off dockets from where they were?
A person that cannot be trusted, as Sentumule, as you have heard on the communication between MSB, I think she did what she should be doing as a person that cannot be trusted. If she was a person that could be trusted, she would have told Sibia that I'm a divisional commissioner, I've got no business with Dockets in KZN. If you want to say anything about the Dockets, go to Mkhwanazi and talk to him.
And then the dockets that were at the inspectorate with Captain Phillips, do you know how? Same thing.
Same thing. She's a divisional commissioner of detectives. She's phoned by IDEC, and they tell her that they want dockets that are sitting in inspectorate. The question you should be asking first, how did they get to the inspectorate to start with? Now, the state, the province where the dockets come from, if you go and check their system, I believe even today, those dockets are still open. That system is open. Those dockets were transferred from that station to the provincial office. That's what the system will tell you. How they move from there to inspectorate, from inspectorate to IDEC. When the portfolio committee of police calls us to account and they want to know the status of those dockets, the system will tell you they are still at the provincial office in Gauteng, and yet Gauteng has never seen them.
Okay, I know that you'd already testified about rogue elements within IDEC, so I'm not going to do that. I suppose it's just trying to join the dots of everything finally. This gentleman, Mr. Steve Mutsume, I know you've been asked a few questions about him, but I'm more interested in what you know of him and what the SAPS officials know of him that you would have even said in your text message to General Sinona, you would have even said, you are risking your lives. Don't blame me if you are found out and you're risking your life. General, that's quite a loaded statement, especially coming from a police officer. So who is this man and what's his modus operandi that even you, General, say, don't blame me if something happens to you? What did you think would happen to them?
Well, I was only relaying a message because I put those words there because they had pleaded with me not to expose our conversation to him. Their explanation about Steve Mutsumi was that he's the one who has taken over from the Big Five. That's what they were telling me. And they say this man controls just about everything, from government officials to business, tenders, drugs, you name it. That's why they're that afraid that Sibia collects money from him. That's why they gave me the address of where Mutsumi lives and where is the house where he meets up with Sibia. So it is them that gave me all this information. So when they describe this person as a god of criminality in the country that they are afraid of, I was not going to go and expose that. But because they introduced that meeting, I warned Sinona. If Nona was really concerned, as he was when he appeared before Matlanga, he would have reached out to me and said, Matlala has caused a problem. Please don't go ahead and release these names, because I gave it to him on WhatsApp. But he didn't. Instead, they're trying to twist what the meeting was about. That's when I concluded that, well, it might as well come out public. I did not know. I still don't know the face of Steve Mutsumi, but they told me who is Steve Mutsumi.
Can we take it that there are investigations that are underway on?
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely, because subsequent to that meeting, I had to pass it to Charukumal and them and say, Kat Matlala tells me that, Kat and Snon are telling me that there's a gentleman called Steve Mutsumi that lives at Waterfall Estate, and he's got a property here in Sentin, and this is what he does.
Okay.
So they are then investigating as a result.
Okay. General, I want to disagree with something that you said earlier. In fact, I believe that you were reprimanding the MPs, where you were talking about them and about us and, having opinions. General, we're not a court of law here. We're public representatives. And we are not obliged to either be impartial or objective. We represent the views of people, and from time to time, you'll hear us saying even things that people are saying out there. So I want to disagree with the notion that we cannot have views on a matter. Where you are correct is that once all that is said and done, we then need to objectively apply our minds to what we've heard. But it can't be. I disagree with you when you want to reprimand MPs for either demonstrating an affinity or lack of affinity to a particular witness. I don't think that is the role of the MPs. And I'm laying this as a background because I want to come to now where I disagree with you. And I think there's always been two issues. And I was hoping that by the time you come back, because when I asked you the first time, especially around issues of evidence around Minister Mkhwanazi, one of the things you said was that, no, Khumalo is going to come here. Ask him, he'll give you evidence. And unfortunately, General Khumalo came, there was no evidence. He said there was no evidence. General Masemula, and so forth and so forth. Now, that point has already been canvassed by members. I don't need to go back. But on the overreach of power, please do comment on this so we close it and we move, right? You've said today that, and I'm happy you said this, right? And this is not because I'm defending Minister Mkhwanazi. I honestly did not believe that Minister Mkhwanazi was part of a drug cartel. So you've said today you believe he was influenced, you believed that he was misled. Then you said, and when you were explaining that, you said, that's why you wanted to speak to him, so that you could just advise him, right? And maybe if he heard you and saw, I am assuming that what he was doing was wrong, he would have listened. the National Commissioner also said he would have tried to speak to them. But at that point, neither you nor the National Commissioner had issues of overstepping his powers. At that point, you just thought, no, but this is a wrong decision, not that you couldn't take that decision. What would be your comment to that?
I will say, for me, it was overstepping his powers. I did not want to wait for the National Commissioner to approach the minister. I felt after reading that, I said, Minister is not allowed to do this. Let me talk to him. Someone has influenced him wrong. That's why I call him immediately. I call the Chief of Staff to get into a meeting with him. I was honestly hoping that we're going to meet and talk about this. With the hope that I can warn him about the things where he's overstepping.
Okay, Honorable Adams testifies that nobody had a problem with this disbandment of the PKTT, right? Then he uses examples like the portfolio committee meeting and so forth and so forth. And he says, okay, I don't want to put words into his mouth now, but he says everything was going along fine. The National Commissioner says all he disagreed with was approach, né? That it shouldn't be immediately, but rather phased in over time. And if I put it to you that it was only then when you got the downloads from Minister Nhlanhla that you then began to put together this whole issue of defeating the ends of justice and misrepresentation. But before that, it was never about whether he had the authority or not. You disagree with that?
I repeat again, Honourable Member, I think it was on the 2nd, if not the 3rd of January, shortly after the letter came out, that I reached out to the minister because I was against that which he wrote there. I was not against in the main about issues of intelligence because I did not know the background around it. Knowing that the regulation that's been amended gives him the powers now, and the SAPS management has not challenged that. So I assume that one is within him. I did not know what was happening with the border security. It does not fall under my command, so I didn't pay attention. What I was concerned about his role in taking a decision to shut down a team, is that what was concerning me. And when I spoke and made some examples strongly with the Chief of Staff, his Chief of Staff delivered the wrong message to the minister, or correct message, I do not know. But the minister took offense of that. That's why he advised the Chief of Staff to record me in a second conversation. So when the Chief of Staff came the second time around, and I'm sure you heard it in a conversation, that the only thing I wanted to do was to sit down with my leader and talk to him. He did not afford me that opportunity. Instead, he sent people to record me, which means the decision he took on the 31st, he took it consciously. He knew what he was busy with.
Okay.
The time passes by. I see all the wrong in between. That made me realize something is still not right. In April, I sent him a message requesting for an audience.
General, I'm so sorry. I hear you. I hear you. I'm in injury time now. Okay, don't you find it strange, General, that every single officer that we have spoken to says they did not know Mr. Nhlanhla until they read in December what of his contract and whatnot. I'm finding that very, very hard to believe, and I'll tell you why. The meeting at the Pearls happens on
April last year.
In April last year.
Yes.
This is April that other year.
The incident of Nhlanhla for contract is 2024.
Yes, 2024.
Yes.
You meet him in 2025.
That time I know about the investigations against him, about the contract, everything.
So
not deny that.
When you were setting up then the sting operation with criminal intelligence, this guy had not been in your radar until the News 24 story about his contract.
I do not know what was happening ahead of this. But Ket Nhlanhla, I think when he comes into the picture with the team, it's the team that is investigating the drug issues, the Vereeniging case. As they're investigating the Vereeniging case, then they pick up the links that brings this case into forensic, into detectives, and then Nhlanhla pops in. That's how they pick it up. That's why they raid in this.
So that's long before Minister Mkhwanazi cancels the thing on the 20th of December, right? Because those investigations happened and then they culminated on the interventions or the actions on the 6th of December.
Yeah, that's why I kept on saying, Honorable Member, Minister Mkhwanazi arrives there in June, July of 2024, but he writes a directive in December. I don't even think he knew what is the annual performance plan of the police look like and the strategic plan, but he writes a disbandment of the team. So the period tells me that the minister was not aware about what's happening and he was influenced to take this decision. I believe still that in the presence of the minister, I was not in that meeting, but when the minister sits in a meeting and he says, there's a problem about this contract, I think we need to cancel it, or whether those words he used or not. But it looks like he's the one, the Minister who initiated the cancellation. From
Yes,
what I
and
gather.
that's what I'm saying, General. And the police knew about Nhlanhla even before the minister said cancel this thing because
That's
he was
correct.
being investigated. Isn't that strange that they let it go? They're busy investigating. They know this guy is here, but he's still doing health services for the police, and nobody claims to know him until the story breaks in December.
But the team already knows about the criminality that involves him on drugs. It's not the same people that are part of these contracts. So I don't even think, sitting here now, if you ask me the contracts that you have in the police, I won't tell you. Because I don't pay attention on those. I'll focus on what I do in my province. But there are many contracts we have in the organization. I don't believe the team was aware about the awarding of the contract and all those things as to who is involved. Even me, I didn't even know there's a contract given, who is the contractor. It's one of those things that we don't get involved from the operation side.
How do you then, when you think about this, how do you explain Minister flagging this contract and calling for its cancellation? Because it's one of the things that he puts forward and says, why would I do this if I'm working with them?
No, I applaud that. And I'm still saying again, I don't think Minister knew Nhlanhla. It is after the decision when Nhlanhla approaches Brown Mkhwanazi to complain that this man I'm feeding through you is doing this.
Okay.
That
Right
what
there
sparked
on
the action
feeding.
from Nhlanhla, from Mkhwanazi and Suleiman in Northwest. Because Nhlanhla is crying to them that you are saying to me, I must pay for this January 8 and this on behalf of the minister. But here is a minister taking a decision. So I like to believe a minister will not take a decision against Nhlanhla if he knew that Nhlanhla is supporting him financially. Surely he didn't know him. That's why he takes a decision, because it's been played by these Mkhwanazi and them.
General, I know that the investigations are still ongoing, but to date, have you found any evidence of Nhlanhla financially supporting the minister, using your words, whether it's for his presidential campaign? Remember, you said Brown Mkhwanazi is an information peddler, takes things and make it as if. So I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility that Brown Mkhwanazi goes around and says, I'm telling the minister this, I'm doing this. In fact, that was the view that I got. Do you believe that you are, I am respecting the fact that you said there's investigations, but you are close to finding a link between Minister, money, Nhlanhla?
Well, the investigation happening in KZN, I've not been briefed about that. But the investigation happening in Gauteng, again, I cannot confirm because it's not in my space. What I believe still to date is that in the main, minister's role that leads into the criminal investigation is the action of that letter, is the interference with the police work. And when there's efforts to try and bring this to their attention, he doesn't want to take it, which therefore means he's been influenced and he believes the people that influenced him. If that was not the case, I wouldn't understand why will I ask for a meeting with the minister. He calls me to come to Pretoria on behalf of SBIA, peace talk. He still acknowledges my request, but he let me go back to Durban without even engaging me on that one. He is a Brown Mkhwanazi that is his comrade. I raise issues in the open meeting of Parliament about Brown Mkhwanazi. He doesn't pause to question, but what did Brown do? So that he can get to hear more. He doesn't, he just brush it off and he continues with Brown. So it's a person that you are warning about what's happening and he ignores you. What can you do? You can conclude that means he's aware of what's happening.
Okay.
So without you having a concrete evidence, but his attitude tells you that he knows very well what's happening. It just makes sure that it cannot be traced. He push it far away and he operates from the distance.
Okay. Now, you also took umbrage with the reasons that he advanced for the disbandment, right? Cost effectiveness and cost, and then the effectiveness of the PKTT. I won't go into that, but he did put a reason that I also thought was probably plausible when he said the PKTT should be a national PKTT. Do you dispute that?
You cannot arrive here and you say your surname is Mkhwanazi, whereas my surname is Mkhwanazi. So he arrives in the police, PKTT is on black and white, written. He comes and he adds an N on top of it. Where does he get it from? So he started creating his own thing. And all members, with respect, this team started in 2018. Everything written on this paper does not have an N. But when he comes in...
That's not my question. Okay,
No.
I want to stop you because my question is, he says part of the reason why he wanted to disband it was so that he could spread the capacity throughout the country. I mean, I was talking to you now about Eastern Cape and the need for a similar thing in other provinces. I'm sure you just said they opened in Gauteng. So one of the reasons he raises is that you needed a national PKTT. First, he says that was a national police task team operating in KwaZulu-Natal, but then he wanted to disband it so that they could spread the capacity of the PKTT across the country. You disagree with that
I
reason?
disagree. That's why I'm starting with the N. Because in his mind, it's a national thing. I can do what I like. Wrong, Minister. This is in province, KZN. So it does not have an N. That's a start. Second to that, you sign a letter on the 31st of December after you figure out that you need to reorganize the service. You disband this, you close the post, freeing of the vacancies and stuff like that. There is no work study. There is no this and that here. When you are asked, you start running around and finding reasons. The reasons of money, the CFO comes here and say, no, Minister, money was not a problem. Find something else. He says it before you. She said it before you. And then the minister goes and phones someone somewhere in a witness protection and say, please give me a statement, and that person records it. And they present it. Oh, this reason doesn't fly. What another reason? Another reason this and that. So the minister try and figure out to justify the action because he had no material to justify it.
3 minutes left.
Yes.
Sorry, I get your answers. I'm not interrupting you. Very quickly, you said that you once took one of the cars that was meant for the king and you put it on operations. I think that's a laudable thing. But also, I remember yesterday, Honorable Skosan raised a question around traditional leaders, kings in particular. General Masemola said only 2 are being protected. Now that the mandate of the PKTT has been expanded to include traditional leaders, one is the traditional leaders only in KwaZulu-Natal, and 2, what about the rest of the traditional leaders, especially the kings throughout the country? Is there any plan for security around them? Is there any plan for even security and threat analysis, or do you just leave them like that? If I could get a shortened version of the answer so that I can pose my last one.
I'm going to request honorable members that you look at the legislation and guide us as South African Police Service on what to do. There is no responsibility given by the law to the South African Police Service to protect the kings. The only kings we look after are the heads of states, the king of Eswatini, amongst others. Those are the ones we protect when they come to the country. The ones in the country, there's no legal authority we have.
But General Masemola said there are 2 that you look.
We have no legal authority. Listen to what I'm saying, honorable member. We are doing it. The Portfolio Committee of Police, the Auditor General of South Africa don't hold us into account. So we continue doing it.
All right. So that's a reform that we need to look at. Lastly, General, please can you, because I know that I'll be stopped before I finish, I want to ask you to comment on the Zulu War issue. But then I had told you that I had fundraised some questions for you. So I'm going to throw this so that this person is not upset with me. The person is called Nhlanhla. and they say, I don't have a question for the general, just tell him we love him and we shall always stand by him. What a man, what a giant, history will remember him. So I wanted to pass on that message, you general. I won't pass on the ones of the many, many ladies who have sent me messages to you. Can you please comment on the Zulu war, general?
I think, honorable member, there is, and I would like you to take it to your own political party, because from my assessment where I'm sitting, there is a problem between the former minister and the current minister, Minister Mkhunu and former Minister Cele. What is the problem? I don't know. And we somehow, I feel like we're getting caught in the middle, and we are painted as the people that are siding with this one and not that one. We worked with Cele. We worked very well. He's gone. He's no longer minister. We have a new minister. We must work with a new minister. I pleaded with the minister to come and visit KZN. Minister Mkhwanazi will tell you that. So we can brief him about policing in KZN. He has not done that. Now, when people are then influencing him that we are Cele's people, if he takes that attitude, it then creates more divide. And an outsider will then say it's a Zulu war.
Thank you so much.
That is the unfortunate reality.
Yeah.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chairperson.
The grace period of the member has expired. I want us to take a break, Chief Whip. Otherwise, we are going to sit for 4 hours. We are left with 3 speakers now. We must take a break and come after 15 minutes, which will be 20 to 11. We're taking a break.
Ngiyakuzwela baphethe yona. The race.
Must tell me ahead of time, how much money are you giving?
So after the next question,
Chief Whip. Chief Whip. It's now 22. The time that we have agreed we are going to start.
Which one?
Yeah. We are witnessless.
Which one?
Thank you, General. We can proceed. I think we're taking the last lap now.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and good evening, General. Thank you very much, Shamas. I think I just want to make a follow-up on the last question from Honorable Sangon. This issue about the so-called Zulu War. When I heard about it, my impression was that maybe it might also be a reference to Mkhwanazi and Sbiya, because I thought Sbiya can also be somebody from KZN or who's a Zulu or something like that. But you are raising another version of it. What's your comment on that?
Yeah, well, my belief was that perhaps it's amongst the people that are talking about the Zulu War, because although Sbiya being the Zulu, but is not necessarily from KZN. It is that which I thought politically between the two heads, a head and a former head of this institution, that are perceived to be in loggerheads, that seems to be suggesting that there is issues that are happening in here. And what is worse is that the two individuals that are seen in the police that have been thrown into this is myself and Gerald Khumalo, who are both from KZN. That seems to suggest something like that. But yeah, those are the things that I think about. It might be.
I just want to take you back a bit to the comment you made about, and maybe I know you have somehow commented on this issue. You do not have to go into detail. The migration of people from the police to IDEC and the impact that has had in relation to the work of IDEC and probably the relationship between the police and IDEC. In your knowledge, the people who left the police to become employees of IDEC, were some of them already engaged in some kind of a fight of one form or another with their former colleagues or with their colleagues before they departed from police to IDEC, which could have therefore sustained that and maybe heighten it by the fact that they are now at IDEC, some kind of a watchdog of some sort towards the police, and therefore might be exploiting that authority in furtherance of their own differences with their former colleagues.
Well, I'm not quite sure exactly about the people that have moved from the police to IDEC and the beef they had with the police, except I have heard of some talks about one member at IDEC with Gerald Patlane. Because it looks like at one stage they were all working, I don't know if at forensic, but the other one was at the Eastern Cape, Patlane was at the head office. But there were always issues that I heard about that involves, but to what extent, I never really investigated. But that is the only person that I know to having had issues. The other one that is with IDEC is the one that is an investigating officer on Gerald Kumalo and his team. That's Padayache. Padayache is an ex-crime intelligence member with a lot of controversial things within, including the listening, illegal listening of Gerald Cele back in the days when he was still a general in the police, when he was still a national commissioner. Illegal interception of his phone, mispresentation to the judge. But that part actually left the police until he retired. And then he resurfaces at IDEC. And his interest or his involvement in this is focused on intelligence. That's why he's a lead investigator on people at intelligence. The court says, if you want something at crime intelligence, go via Padayache. So he's the only person, but whether he had any beef with anyone, I don't know. But I know that perhaps he still wants the control of the things that he had control over before he retired. And I know of the members of IPED that left IPED and went to IDEC. Whether some of those were in the police before, I do not know. Whether some of those were involved on issues against the police or investigation against the police, that is a fact that they moved with case dockets from IP to IDEC. And they continued with those investigations at IDEC, which is supposed to be an IP docket, but it landed at IDEC. So maybe if we do an audit of the dockets at IDEC, and then they must explain to you how those dockets got there, whether did they follow the law, are they part of what the IDEC is established for, you'll be able to get evidence.
You know, when we had Mr. O'Sullivan, as you would have noticed, very, very flamboyant, very colorful in terms of what he says and how he put it. But one of the things that he said, which as I listened to him, I said, when we see you, I'm going to pose that question to you, was that at some point you took over a particular company, which he says was owned by a dubious character, which in his own view, somebody at your level of leadership in the police would have known about and possibly avoid a possibility of taking over a company from a previous owner of that caliber. So, and I think judging from what he was saying, he wanted to make an insinuation about the extent to which you are either reckless, if that is true in terms of what happened with that company, or you acquired that company from a character you knew is not a good character, but nevertheless you proceeded, because it may very well be that you have some link with that kind of a character. So I thought when we see you, we must ask you to comment on that issue, because it is obviously worrying if it's anything to go by.
Yeah, well, I listened to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. I think, honorable members, what you should be worried about is why will Paul O'Sullivan come and talk about the private things that are involving police officers? He went and he did on information about all of us. That's why you could tell the National Commissioner owns this property and that property and that property. He went to dig things about me. The only thing that he found that maybe he thought, okay, well, maybe this is questionable, was that company. So how did he get to go to that extent to finding information? What is it about? What gives him the right to do that? This is what I expect these parliamentarians to take action against, because that means the systems that are supposed to be protecting individuals out there from their privacy is not working. If a person can do that and he comes and sits in this parliament and he displays that he has done it and he walks out here without being held accountable, that's a concern, because the private is invaded. Here I am left with today is the 18th of March. 12 days time, my contract ends. I knew that back in 2021 when I took that contract, that is going to end of this March. So in my effort to try and prepare for an exit in the organization, on what do, I engage with accountants that are advising me on what I should do next. So one of the advice that perhaps I must consider buying a company, chef company, that can help me to set up opportunities going forward. So it's one of the companies they recommended to me when they did some research to establish, and there's one of the company that's on the chef company dealing with trade and investment that I must consider looking at. So I then take over that company, buy it off. I don't see anything wrong on the character of the person because I never really went into an investigation that Paul O'Sullivan did. So I buy the company, I don't even know the person. So it's a chef company that get acquired and I pay for it and the membership, the directorship is changed. And I don't even use it because the company I'm trying to get for the future, try to set up something for the future. But then I felt, no, well, I don't think I'll be able to use this company now. So I closed it. After closing, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan went to dig, what do I have? He discovered that I once owned this company. That's why he came to you and he spoke about a company that I've already closed. And I had bought it, but I then since closed it. I didn't close it because there were some dubious things on it. I closed it because I felt that there is no need for me to have it. So that was the reason. So what he came and presented here is not true. And there's no criminal activities that I'm associated with the company. But again, I want to ask you to investigate what gave him authority to do that? And how did he acquire that information? Because if it's not taken to task with it, it's going to be abused, and I believe it has already.
No, General, I can give you an assurance that the conduct of Mr. O'Sullivan in the security cluster in our country, the police in particular, left so many questions for us, and it leaves a lot to be desired. And I don't think that at the conclusion of our work, we would not take any position with regard to individuals like him, who, for whatever reasons, immerse themselves into the police service and do so to a very large extent in a negative way, in a way that either creates or sustains existing problems. So I do want to give you an assurance that when we wrap up our work, it's inevitable that we must have an opinion about such characters and what needs to be done legislatively to protect that environment from possible abuse by characters such as those ones. But I mean, be that as it may, I would imagine that if you had not changed your mind, you kept the company and you proceeded with it and you discovered this information later on, you were obviously going to be worried about it if there is legitimacy to it, and probably you were going to have to change your mind and look for another company, I suppose.
That's correct.
Okay. Somewhere I read that, I can't remember on which of the papers before us, affidavits or submissions that were made, and that at some point you presided over an inquiry which was dealing with some matters of discipline relating to General Khan.
That's correct.
That he got acquitted.
Yes.
With the benefit of hindsight, with what you know now about Mr. Khan, would you say that that acquittal would have been the same, could be the same if you were dealing with him today? Or there may be other factors that influence the facts that appeared before that committee, which resulted in that particular conclusion?
I would have done the same. In a matter of fact, before I went for that hearing, there were already negative stories out in the media as a result of me presiding over his case. And I already knew that he is involved in one way or another on the wrong that led in such, which he came to apologize to me about whatever that came out after I acquitted him. And I still told him that I don't want to be part of that. We're here dealing with a case that was put before you and the evidence that was presented. He did not do anything wrong. I gave him credit. I even said he should have been applauded by the organization for what he did.
You know, General, some of us were very worried when Mr. Nkabinde was very casual about your trip to Richards Bay or Mpange, that site.
Yes.
We're very worried about that level of casualty on his part. And when you are saying today, the evidence at your disposal, beside the information, the knowledge you have, because we're part of this, is that, and that can even be corroborated by a tracker information. I wanted to ask a question, would you be comfortable to share that information with the ad hoc committee? Because I think it's, well, maybe if it's not the ad hoc committee, if for some reasons it may be a problem with the ad hoc committee, it could be another committee that deals with sensitive matters. You know, the reason why I'm raising that matter is because your intervention in this regard completely changes the storyline that we were led into by Mr. Nkabinde. Because now the trip, according to you, is right from point A to point B, as opposed to point A, point B, point C. Because he's the way he narrated the story and your journey. I mean, when he uses the term a boy's trip, it has certain connotations, which I'm sure you understand. So that's why I'm asking the question, in order to consolidate the evidence we are putting before us in challenging his assertion, would you be comfortable that that information become accessible?
I remember, I am a citizen in this country, and I know that information can be private, but some information is public. You only need to take an ID number of a person to punch it, and you get all the profile of the things that the person owns. So a vehicle is one of those. For me to hide and say I cannot give this committee the details of that vehicle would be wrong. For transparency, I'll hand over. It is not my car, I must disclose that. It's my wife's car. She controls the tracker. I have asked her to throw me the tracker, and she went and threw the tracker and she gave it to me. So you can have it. I don't think it's a problem. I don't think she will have a problem in sharing that either. But the tracker will show you that we left the address that Mohodi put on his statement on that particular date, and we stopped at Mr. Mkhwanazi's residence at Mpange. We switched off, we went in, we drank coffee, we ate cookies. We greet each other, friendly talk, back into the car. We drove from there, we stopped in Durban. I was a driver.
No, I think, Chair, I'm raising that matter because I do remember you said the tracker is from a vehicle of your wife, and she is not before us. So we can only rely on you to engage with her to agree for that information to be made available. And I was asking precisely because I know the things relating to tracker and all of that will somehow involve identity information of an individual involved. But if you say it can be made available, I think we'll appreciate that because it addresses a particular issue with regard to the purpose of the trip from Durban to northern Durban. I think the next issue I wanted to just to verify it has to do with at some point I remember you were inviting Spear to come to the awards in KZN. And you know, sometimes because we are talking to you as police officers, one of the things that one has learned is that it's not everything that happens which is as we see it. Some of the things are happening not in a way that ordinary people, civilians like ourselves, who are not police officers, who are not trained there, will understand in the way in which, and I will tell you why I'm making this point when I'm asking the question subsequent to this one. But your invitation of SBA to attend the awards, was it just an invitation?
You talk about the police awards?
Yes.
I did not invite him. It's national awards that were held in Durban.
Or it was national awards. So he was going to be attending because it's part of the national program.
Yeah. I invited the entire management and the police chiefs to an excursion that I was organizing. So he joined the excursion that I was hosting. But he was there for the Excellence Awards, that is a national event. I did not invite him on that one.
Okay.
I'm not sure, maybe he said I invited him for Durban July either, because I spoke to him before Durban July, before the July 6th.
No, I don't remember him saying that. And then the meeting with Sinon, General Sinon, and Major General.
I'm going to invite this commission, this ad hoc committee to start getting used to using the constitutional titles.
Okay.
So that you don't get confused much about this general's rank. Say the commissioner's not.
Commissioner. Okay. But that meeting with Mr. Sinon, I think it's even safe to say Mr. Sinon and Mr. Matala. I can't remember who said to us that meeting was in one of the units at the Pearls Hotel, and that person was making a conclusion on the basis of how easy it was to access whatever that was available in that room for consumption. And the conclusion was to the extent that, this is Mkhwanazi's a flat or apartment. I don't know if you have commented on that since you are back with us today.
Yes, I did speak early this morning, and I tried to describe the size of that apartment, the living room, between the dining room where we were seated, the lounge where the TV is with only one couch, that's how small it is, and the kitchen, a small kitchen that is there. So I did explain to the members that if from one point to another in that room, it will not be more than 5 meters. That's how small it is. And in one bedroom. So if somebody were to say, if Nona said, at times I will go to the bedroom, then he will have an excuse of saying he didn't hear what we were talking about. But if he claims that he had gone to the fridge to get something to drink, the fridge was literally less than 2 meters from the table where we seated. If he goes to a fridge. He did not go to the fridge. I'm just saying if he did, but he did not go there. There was no alcohol drank on the day.
It was only water.
I think it was water and some juice there.
Okay.
There's no alcohol that was drank on the day.
That issue of, I think one of my colleagues was raising this question with you earlier on, and I want to take it slightly further. Is it Tibeti or Matibeti, the person?
Matibeti.
Matibeti. The party that I want to ask you to comment on, General, is the one that, because I think you had said earlier on, after the quarrel between you and him and the court challenges or proceedings that have taken place, you started getting some people from or who are associated with this company raising all sorts of things about the way in which business is being conducted, which is not proper and in line with our laws. How do we explain, or how do you understand, but how do we explain as well the seeming coincidence that at the time when he's on a toe-to-toe with you legally, and then people start saying things that were never said to you before you had a fight with him? What could be the reason for that?
Well, I think people maybe realize that they might have been afraid to come out until they realize that someone who's not afraid of Matibeti, then they feel free. I had said that the man is closer to Getsemane, the taxi, one of the taxi bosses in KZN. Getsemane had issues with me. He still has, I believe. He has taken the police to court. He have gone to social media, podcast, and said all sorts of things about me. But I've never had anyone coming to me and say here is something we have against Nxumalo that must lead into a case. So there's no investigation that we have ever lodged against Nxumalo, despite of what he had said, of how he has behaved. So this is just to indicate that I'm not going all out to target a person. He's not a person that I target. That's why when I want to talk to him, I'll call him that I want to talk to you, because I don't have issues with him. Despite of how he feels about me and the SAPS, but that's him. So Matibe did the same thing. The fact that there's investigations happening is because evidence now comes before me. Before that, I'm sure people didn't even know me. That's why they didn't raise those things. Because when I looked at how old are these things that they are raising, some of them a couple of years old, and I asked, but why these things are not spoken? They say, no, we're afraid of this man. We thought he's that powerful, he controls everything. Until we see someone that can challenge him. That's why we feel that we must come to you.
You know, General, since for the past 6 months, since we started with the ad hoc committee, and I think with developments at the Nhlanhla Commission of Inquiry, I suppose the country knows a lot now, more than what we knew before then. I'm just saying, during the lifespan of the ad hoc committee, the proceedings here and the proceedings in the Commission of Inquiry, I think people are much more educated about many things that are going on. Of course, some of them are yet to be verified, yet to be confirmed. Some of them might end in court. But I would imagine that to a very larger extent, the revelations that have been playing out in the public domain on their own should serve as a deterrent in terms of other police officers or anybody else in society engaging in the wrong activities similar to what we're dealing with. But I just want to know, and of course, more and above that, being a deterrent on its own, the quality of the corrective measures that we should take as Parliament and the Executive should add even a much more important weight in avoiding the recurrence of the same or similar situation in the future. But how much of what we have learned over these proceedings was well known already to somebody like you?
And there's well, I would say 50-50, but there's quite a lot of things that has come to the fore that I was not aware of as a police officer myself. There's other information that came to me that has not gone to both of these structures that have been established that I became aware of, such as what we spoke about Matibedi as an example. Information of corruption that we start hearing about, that we otherwise I would have known or would not have known about it. But in the sense of it, then I realize that it's across the board. And the people that are mostly in the forefront of the wrong that's happening, especially outside the police, is involving procurement issues of government. There's a lot of corruption happening in there. The people are coming forward and exposing it. And the unfortunate part is that we have decided that certain level of corruption must only be investigated by the Hawks. So even if I'm aware of it, I must now pass it to the Hawks. And then when you pass it, you don't know what happens from there onward. And that's the only unfortunate part that happens. But by and large, the things are coming up. And we are getting information about things happening in other provinces. And then when you engage people, say, but go to the police station, open a case, and they will tell you, no, this one will go nowhere. And they'll come with some reasons as to why. And it kind of frustrates you. But that makes me realize that there's more problems that we have that otherwise are not known that we must start looking at, that the government must start looking at.
How do you suggest we deal with that, just that concern you have, that now things must be referred to the Hawks? If they are not referred to the Hawks, what else should be done? Because that may also have to do with the kind of legislation that we may have to propose at the end of our work. I'm hearing you saying something pops up and then you must refer it to the Hawks. And I get a sense that you are frustrated by that referral.
Yeah, well, I think in terms of the investigation reforms that need to have, and I'm going to invite you to take the legislation that established IDEC, that's NPA legislation. Look at what you're intending to achieve with it as government. Look at the legislation that amended the functioning of the SAPS in the establishment of the Hawks, and check what is it that the government intending to achieve with it, and then versus the South African Police Service. These are all three levels now established in the country to investigate cases. And how then you separate as a legislator, how do you separate who must do what in all these three investigating arms of our security cluster now? So if legislature takes that, because there's legislation that governs all this, then you go and look at the SOPs then that are developed amongst these three institutions. One of them is how does IDEC take cases, who classify cases between, DPCI, who classify cases of DPCI versus the one that are dealt with in the South African Police Service separately, a normal detective service within the SAPS. And what type of case then goes to IDEC versus that which is at DPCI. So when you start looking at that and see whether there is no abuse of the system in between, does each one achieve the objective of creating a safer environment in the Republic without being frustrated by the other one? If the case lands on this one's table that belongs into other body, how does this case moves over? Is it the senior body that comes and takes it, or is it the junior body that transfers it to the other structures? So what are the rules that are put out there? So I think we might want to investigate the cross-referencing of these three so that we're able to align it properly in terms of legislation. But in the center of all this, you have one police station that must service all the three. In the center of all this, we have one provincial commissioner that constitutionally is overseeing all these operations in the province. To what extent does this provincial commissioner have a say over what IDEC does, over what DPCI does? So those are the gaps that may need to be looked at so that you're able to close them.
I just want to go back to the question I asked earlier on and about the knowledge that you have, and you are saying 50-50 in terms of now looking back now, Commissioner, if the 31st of December did not arrive in the context of the letter from the minister, now looking back, I know it has arrived, but let's imagine it did not, and almost 50% or something like that, even if it was 20% of the information that has now been displayed in the public domain. What were you going to do with it, or what were you going to do with it, or what do you think you should have done with it in an event where the 31st of December did not arrive? Not as a date, but in context, as that letter which has triggered all that has evolved up to the July press conference.
I must indicate that we have been operating, identifying some challenges, but the limitation that we had was to address those internal within the structures. Make recommendation of this, make recommendation of that. It is taken, it's not taken, and you leave it. But you see the problems, but you have a limitation in terms of addressing them. The level of involvement of senior police officers in criminality, it's something that we did not necessarily have any concrete evidence on. We will suspect. That's why I say there are colleagues that have begun to question their lifestyle, but we're not necessarily conducting that lifestyle audit. And I kept on talking about it. You can see that this one looks like he's living large. And we don't know where he gets the money from, but nothing has been done. We therefore couldn't necessarily investigate anything going forward. We'll just leave it like that. But I think the events that took place that was informed by the letter has brought into light some of these lifestyles of these generals. Only then you get to realize, oh, this is where this thing comes from. Typical example, I was one of the people invited by Jairus Beer when he got promoted to come and celebrate with him. I declined because we're not friends. And I thought, why must I go and celebrate his promotion? We're not friends. I'm not going there. They went there. Oh Lord, Gerald Kumar was there as well. I don't know if Nhlanhla was there. Probably was there. There were a lot of them that were invited. And subsequently that there would have been other parties. But I don't think at the time anyone thought of anything about Sibia. I must be honest. He was a very flashy guy when he worked for the Hawks before. I was in a task force, and you could observe every time this heist task force was in the forefront on those heists. I would be there when they come to attend those crime scenes, and he will come there. Very fancy person with fancy suits, you know, like those people that goes to these modern churches. He was always flashy, but I couldn't connect as to what makes him to look like that. So now that we know what we know now, then you then say, but we saw these things back then, but we didn't necessarily dig to establish. So this has assisted us to say, when we suspect something, we then have to start probing. And part of what we then should do is these lifestyle audits that we are complaining about, we have to be very strict about, because maybe they might reveal things while it's still early that will help us going forward. You can't have a person who, like has been already revealed, you are building a R1 million house in one spot, at the same time you're building another R1 million house somewhere else. Who are you? Where do you get the money from? And you're driving a fancy car. So there are many signs that we might have neglected as management of the police that we saw, that we should have paid attention on. So I feel the way we're doing in terms of complaining, it's all what we could do, but there was limitation on that. Investigate when the information comes before you, but even that investigation doesn't take you far. But that's all we could do at the time.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm left with just two questions now. The last one, I'm going to be following up on your observation that part of the frustration is that things are being raised with the relevant authorities in terms of what needs to be done to deal with problems within the police, and they are not acted upon. I'm going to come back on that issue because there is a matter I want to raise in relation to your boss, the National Commissioner, exactly around that issue. But I want to start with this one, which is, I'm saying, is the one before last. The cartel and the Big Five. Whether they are going to be confirmed at whatever point, who are they, but how do we defeat them? Because these are people that we have to defeat, given what we are told they are engaged on. From what we have heard, there is nothing that they are involved in which has got to do with our national interest. It's more about self-preservation and about their own personal interest, the advancements of those. How do we defeat them? Because at some point, we can't allow a group like that. We've got to find a way to defeat it.
Honourable members, there are a few things that they're involved in. And I feel the other two are something that maybe we might want to do something easy. I don't know about the third one, which might be a bit complicated. The third one, maybe if I must start with it, is the tenders of government. The process of how these tenders are issued and stuff like that is something that government must look at. Once a person is spoiled of always getting tenders every other place where they apply for, and they become rich, it becomes clear that for them getting these tenders is not because of exceptional things that they do that justifies it, but it's the connections they have, or maybe the envelopes that are crossing floors that leads into them getting these tenders. But that's a difficult part to address because it does not only involve the cartel squad, but majority of business people that are involved in tenders. They are benefiting from that or even affected by it. The other two environments that are more of a problem, and the second one in my list of priorities, is cash and transit heist. And I would wish government can come up with a policy once and for all that's going to regulate the movements of money in the country. That is going to regulate the cash, the utilization of cash in our country. The lesser we use cash, the better. And I don't want to hear anyone telling me that in the rural areas there's no connectivities. People in the rural areas have got phones. If they can talk on the phone, that means they can pay you on the phone. So I'm not saying totally you can get rid of cash. There's always going to be cash there. Not everyone else has got a bank account. There will be cash. But limit that to the most vulnerable areas where there's not large sum of cash is used. In the urban areas, here where we at in Cape Town, we just have no reason to pay cash in any of the shop in the Mokarong. There's not poor people that stays here. Yes, there are people sleeping on the street, but you and me can afford to pay with a card. So the moment you start introducing that, there's going to be less amount of cash that must be picked up here. A vehicle drives in the morning to come and load up ATMs. A vehicle drives in the morning and come and pick up money from the shops because we bought cash. So they have these in their drop safes. They must give it to these companies to go and bank them. So that's the second part in terms of cash in transit. And one of them, when you regulate the movement, we have suggested some typical examples that if the money is in the bag, that bag is taken from the shop to the car, or the money is in the car and this car is driving from point A to point B, there must be mandatory, at least, devices that are put into that vehicle so that there will be a robber. The moment he interferes with that truck, with that money is destroyed, cannot be used. A lot of things been tried. Ink is put into the paper. They take this paper with the ink, they get chemicals, they dump this money in a bucket overnight. The following day, that chemical is gone. They take the money and go and gamble with it. So if you can't use the money gets destroyed. There won't be need for you to even bomb the car. And explosives is a dangerous thing. So these criminals, they use it recklessly, and they're part of these drug dealers, this cartel, because it's easy money. So they blast these cars with the inside job, because they don't blast an empty car. People within, they will tell them this guy's got so much money. Either the companies themselves or the clients where they pick up the money from. They will tell you, we've put so much money into this car, as it moves, get it. And they're going to get it on the road. And that increases the risk to society. It makes our country look like we're at war zone because there's bombing everywhere on this cash in transit. So the reforms on cash in transit and the use of cash in our country, I think is very urgent, especially on transportation of money, very urgent, something that government must look at. The last one and most important one, our borders. If we don't do anything about the control on the movement of our borders, we're not going to stop these drugs. Regardless of what we do with the cartel, we will not stop the drugs. I said when I presented that it is not only the big five that we have a problem with. They happen to be closer to the government officials, senior government officials, and take control of the entire security cluster. These five. But there's big dogs out there that are sitting and smiling, that are making billions of friends on bringing these drugs into the country and packaging them and reselling them. So until we control our borders, a typical example, police officers we have in the borders, they've been there for ages. The employment condition of a police officer, it's not easy for you to say You are here on a contract for 1 year, and after 1 year, you must move. We go through all the labor process to try and remove a person after we've placed a person in one spot, because there's no flexibility in terms of our labor laws, employment condition in the police. It must be looked at. That it doesn't matter how good I might be about KZN, but the moment I'm so used to the port of entry on Durban and I'm so immense into corruption, whether it's taxis, whether it's CITs, whether it's stock theft, whatever it is, I might need to move from that province and go to another province. Take me and say, now go to Limpopo. You become a provincial commissioner and see you can do what you're doing here as a civil servant. But we don't do that. We become so used to the environment where we're working, and then the criminality then start cropping in, because these criminals either threaten us or they're going to bribe us. Either way. So that's what we see happening in the borders. And I must say, it's not only the police in the border. Almost everyone that works there gets involved with the syndicate. From all different departments, different entities in the border, they get involved with syndicates that are working there. So unless we do something about those border controls, we're not going to stop this. So that is the number one priority for me on the borders. Cash in transit, secondly, and the third one, we must start looking at the tenders. That's how we're going to stop this cartel. If we don't do that, you close the borders, they have cash in transit highs. You close that, they still run tenders because they're controlling some of the procurements that are happening, and they still enjoy life.
No, thanks, General. That was important because my own view is that it's not enough to identify the problem. We have to find a way in which we can address the conditions through which they thrive. And I think your suggestions are intended to deal with that. Let me say, General, I think we might have never said this in your first meeting with us here, some of us. But I think I agree with the assertion that that we should applaud you for your courage. And I want you to understand me very well. In this case, applauding you for your courage is not necessarily agreeing with everything you said on that press conference. But the courage to stand up for something that you believe in, articulate it, and be willing to face consequences is what I think you must be applauded for. History will judge and time will judge. As we conclude our work as ad hoc committee, as the Commission of Inquiry also concludes its work as to whether there was any value bigger than what you might have observed on the decision you took on that day to stand up and say something is not right and somebody has to do something. Why it's important that that courage is important to be applauded is because, and I'm saying, I'm not dealing with the merits. I'm dealing with because that is how our country was liberated. Some people had to take a decision that no matter what happens to me, but in this case, I am taking a particular position. And of course, if you take a position like the one you took, there are consequences. Like the one they took, those who liberated our country, there were consequences. Others were imprisoned, others died. But there's no way, even today, the country is going to succeed in terms of its development and reconstruction without men and women who are willing to take difficult position. And if it means they die and become martyrs because they acted in the best interest of the country. Now, with that being said, I asked your boss when he was here yesterday. I asked him, and I think I must ask you this question. And I know you might answer this question by saying we don't operate in the same way. And he said that when he was explaining to me that it's Mkhwanazi's way of doing things. I've got my way of doing things. But I asked him this question because at the level where you are, a provincial commissioner, and at the level at where he is, a national commissioner, I think it should be expected, at least by ordinary South Africans, that once you arise to that level, you must be a person that can be depended upon to sacrifice, including himself or herself, for national interest. And I asked this question to General Masemula. If you did not go out in July, was he not going to proceed and implement the directive that he subsequently told us, now that you went out in public, he believed was not in the purview or in the domain or in the authority of the minister? I asked him that question and I said to him, I wanted him to do something that is not easy to do, which is to divorce Fanima Semula from the national commissioner. Because a national commissioner must be a national commissioner who may not be exactly Fanima Semula in the true sense of what Fanima Semula is when he's not the occupants of that particular office. And I asked that question because, and I'm asking it to you now, do you think that he would have acted differently? Do you think that he would have acted differently had you not gone out in July?
Chief Whip, your time is up. May you respond, General. His time is up.
Thank you so much.
But Skosana has also agreed to give me a minute.
Yeah, you're right, Honorable Member, we're not the same. The National Commission is a different person than me. And the truth is, well, I'm saying this with respect to my boss. If, from what I'm told, Sbia and Kabinde did not oppose to the proposal, this team will be gone today. Because it seems like there was an agreement reached on the 6th of March with some amendments, but they already agreed that no, we're going to wind this thing down. So we are shutting down in a way. Had that follow-up meeting that was held in Pretoria concluded, they would have signed that deal without Mkhwanazi knowing. And they were going to implement it. I'm saying this with that respect that it was Nkabinde's behavior and Sibia's behavior that led into the minister to say, I'm no longer going to have this meeting anymore. I think that kind of stalled everything. When I look at after the arrest of the members of crime intelligence that were responsible for the counter-intelligence investigation that was happening in Gauteng, members are kept in safe houses. They are operating with resources from intelligence. This management of intelligence is arrested, and they are told not to enter facilities of crime intelligence. I fly to Pretoria, and I challenge management the second day after they were released that the bail condition does not say they must not work. It says they must not enter the premises. They can still do this job elsewhere. The management disagreed with me. They said they must not. So they did not. Departmental investigation was conducted. They were cleared. After they were cleared, they were still barred from doing the work. There were meetings after meetings after meetings. I had to again travel to Pretoria and sit with my boss and say, let us be serious now. Do we want to kill this investigation yourself? Or you want these members to investigate? So you must decide, and the boss. It was that day when he eventually signed the letters that reinstate these members to do the work. I didn't travel back. Then the members that are doing the job started getting support. For the good almost 5 months, they were not getting support. So there was no energy coming from the management to make sure that these junior members that are doing the work, they continue with their job. I had to again go from KZN to make that done, to make that happen. We were talking here, it still pains me today, that despite of the sacrifice that these members have made over time, the commitment from the boss to say, we're going to acknowledge these members of PKTT for the work they've done, the president applauding these members. They are in the line of receiving awards. They are invited, they start buying suits and stuff like that. On the day after this letter is written, a decision is taken by management, my boss, that they are no longer getting anything because he doesn't want to upset the minister. To date, they've never received in a single paper a certificate that says, thank you for what you've done. To date, those members are sitting with sore hearts. To date. And I could see this pain in their faces. Fast forward to the GCI ops that uncovered all this corruption in Gauteng. To date, they remain in those junior ranks without any form of recognition, a certificate to say, come here, thank you, medal of bravery, we appreciate. We have not done that today as an organization. I don't have authority over that. But again, the boss sees it in his own way. If it was me in his position, I've dealt with it differently. So when I assess all this behavior that has happened in management in the organization, it tells me that the shutting down of the PKTT was going to happen had the agreement been reached on the proposal. If Khumalo had proposed in his own way, maybe they would have gone with this one. He proposed in this fashion of winding it down, and the document that was submitted, presented, they would have implemented it. The reason why I did not even make it public, because I was still not 100% sure whether my boss will back me up. That's why when he said, no, you can do this press briefing, I said, I want to do this press briefing about the PKTT, where people are going to ask me things. But part of the problem of this briefing are the Dockets that are sitting in Pretoria. Did you allow them to go there or not? He says, no, no. I said a statement. So for me to update on the PKTT,
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That.
Thank you so much.
Sorry? Hey.
Thank you so much.
Siyeke lapho.
Honorable Squasan.
School wait. How's that school wait? Dankie. Sizokuhlala la namhlanje siyindawo. Yalala la. Shamasi. The time is 23:37. I'll be finishing at what time, Chair? 15 after 12.
0020.
53. I'm not counting the other benevolent, Chair. I'm not counting the 15 minutes in case I need an extra time.
Yeah, it's 12. It's 00 hour 13.
00:13. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Chairman, ngiyakuthokoza. Ngesikhethu ngizokubetha isindebele nesizulu. Ngesikhethu sithi uyikakaramba, uyikutani. Ngesizulu bathi uyinkunzi, uyisikhokho. Ngifuna ukuthi nje kuwena into yenzileko irare iphasi mazombe. Bangithi irare iphasi mazombe ngesizulu kuthiwa iyenze umhlaba uthuke intwenye engaziwako eSouth Africa neAfrica mazombe. Ngicabanga ukuthi namanye amazwe abomakhelwane abala iduzane bayabafuna abantu abanesibindi esifana naleso naso. Ngithi abantu emakhaya njengoba ngikhuluma nawe nje ngalesikhathi ebusuku kangaka bathokoza into oyenzileko, whether into ositshele yona ngezi-6 zangoJuly, ngoba thina njengekomiti yamapolisa ngezi-5 zangoMarch weza wazokupresenta, azange sayithathele ehloko ni. Ngamanye amagama ngifuna ukuphakamisa isandla ukuthi chebe senza mhlambe saphosisa. Baza ngixolela abanye ngoba ngitshelwe ukuthi ama-interpreter akekho akhambela ukulala. Akulalwa la, siyabereka thina la. Siyabereka la. No. Ngizoyibamba nje ngelimi lesiyeni. Ngizokuthoma ngithi In the year 2024, Watola, you received the request from Gauteng Organized Crime Investigation Unit ukuthi ubasize to assist them with investigation to dismantle the organized crime syndicate operating in the country and controlled in Gauteng province. General Khumalo came here. He was very clear to say whether the percentage we might not agree that Ampura Mapolisa Sanao Gauteng in particular. He said most of the police, I don't want to use the word corruption, they are not doing their work.
Yeah, there's a serious problem that we have in Gauteng especially.
In Gauteng in particular. Now, you took the decision to deploy 10 of your members for this political killing task team to support Gauteng Organized Crime Unit, am I right?
That's correct.
Now, this investigation has unmasked the syndicate which involves politicians, law enforcement agencies like SAPS, Metro, correctional services, prosecutors, judiciary, and controlled by drug cartel as well as business people. Do you still stand by those words?
That's correct.
Now, I think we let the country down when it comes to the issue, in particular of these correctional service matters, which we are going to traverse on that at a later stage, because you submitted to us the issue of Germany Prim, am I right?
That's correct.
But I want to start with this PKTT issue because the president as well has responded. And the president agrees with you and the National Commissioner. I'm going to go to that, but I want us to finish this first. In your belief, because we had some prosecutors here, whether they were suspended, some have left, because of the issues of this, the law allows that. You've got IDEC, which is intimidating people. And I'm still going to repeat that again. There's an allegation that is an Indian cabal in IDEC. There's I think, I'm going to repeat that, Perumal, Sunesh, Belochone, or whatever the surname is. I might be wrong, I'm sorry on that. And I think, yeah, it's Perumal, Sulen Penesh, and Padiache, if I remember well. Are those the one who arrested the team of General Khumalo?
Well, I think there's two of them, of the names that you mentioned, that were part of the arrest.
The other one, there was an allegation, which with the case number, I guess, which was they submitted to us, that one of those investigation officers has a minor rape case, but is still working. And Chetty came here last week, he claimed that as well, that the mother of the victim is crying, that there's no law in this country. You might not know about that, but I'm saying that was the evidence given to us, and information, let me not say evidence, that's the information we got from here. In short, I know that the IDEC, they've got all the powers. They can arrest, prosecute, which for me, as lawmakers, we need to look at that. I don't think it's correct to have a referee and a player. What's your take on that?
Well, when the government took a decision to reestablish IDEC, we began to ask ourselves a question: why did the government shut down Scorpions? Because what government has literally done is to resuscitate or reestablish Scorpion with a different name, and it still remains a question to date.
Yeah. Now,
in a matter of fact, to add on it, honourable member, the former head of DPCI, Gerald De Beer, he questioned that if you give IDEC the prosecution powers, why don't you give DPCI the same thing? So it remains a question. You shut down one unit, you re-establish it with the same mandate, but with a different name.
Yeah. Now, let's come to the issue, because when you were here, when we started, there was the issue of Brown Mkhwanazi sending a WhatsApp message to you regarding the allegation on the defeating the end of justice, which were publicized and which involved the Department of Correctional Service at Mpangeni in KwaZulu-Natal. Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi is also sent a screenshot of a presentation that was made on the 30th of September 2024, titled 2024-2025 Division Crime Intelligence Policy to you. Now, I just want to say to you that the second of events here, where I'm leading you to, the Brown Mkhwanazi I'm talking about, the minister in parliament denied knowing him. However, the minister confirmed that he knows Brown Mkhwanazi during a telephone conversation which was posted by Londi Care at 3:30, where he confirmed that this was his comrade from the Northwest Province. Now, the association between Mkhwanazi, because I want us to clear this matter. In your view, the minister misled us by saying he doesn't know Mkhwanazi, and later stage he agreed that he knows Mr. Mkhwanazi.
Well, I believe that because it's on record. I don't know what you said.
So in a simple term, he lied. Now, the president has responded. In his response to our question, because we asked him to appear before the committee, but unfortunately, is not appearing to this committee. But he has responded. In his response, I'm going to take you along on that, which I think you are a bit vindicated, Shamaza, on this matter. You are vindicated. The president here we sent question to the president, and the president responded simply and, in one sentence. It's not complicated. The question was, did the president approve or support the decision to disband PKTT? And the reason provided by Minister Mkhunu to disband the PKTT, the president, in his response, he says, I did not approve of the decision. And kindly see my answer above, question 25-26 on page 10. And I will read that as well. Now, Minister Mkhunu's decision to disband the PKTT, in the respective statement, both the National Commissioner General Masemula and the minister indicated that the president was informed of the decision to disband the PKTT. We said he must confirm the date, whether the president was informed on the decision and the date. Now, simply, the president came back to us. He said to us, I'm going to read that before we transverse on the matter which you presented to us as well today. I was informed by the National Commissioner of Police that he has been instructed by the Minister of Police, then Minister Mkhunu, to disband the PKTT. He made it clear that he disagreed with the decision. He furthermore assured the President that notwithstanding this instruction, a disbandment could not be effected immediately, as this will negatively affect the pending investigation. On receiving this information, I asked to meet with the Minister. I met the Minister on about 13 February. And remember that the PKTT, the letter from the Minister, it disbanded the PKTT on the 1st of on the 31st. Whilst we were enjoying, the last day, but the President only met him on the 13th. On that meeting, the Minister informed the President that he has given instruction to disband the task scheme, and his reason for doing so. I convey my dissatisfaction and not having been consulted prior to the decision being taken. I furthermore indicated that, in my view, this was a decision for the National Commissioner to make. I made it clear my desire to keep abreast of any further decision that will impact the work to be done in relation to the political killings. It was in my understanding that the steps to be taken fell within the purview of the National Commissioner's authority. I had understood from the National Commissioner that the PKTT will not be disbanded and this work will continue. The directive notwithstanding, and I expected to be brief and has been in a normal course in the previous years on any political killing cases, arrest or prosecution going forward. Now, hence I'm saying to you, you are vindicated on this matter. The Minister Mkhunu was completely wrong. The President, when he established IMC, he said not even a single minister will have taken a decision to disband that alone, because it didn't belong to one department. There was ministers, and there's no handover like, in the administration. If there's a new administration, the status quo remain. So I want to say to you, General, that there's nothing wrong which we have done on this matter. Hence, we are saying whatever you said on the 6th of July, maybe some other issues, as you said yourself, there's no one who's perfect. You might, the information which you had might not be correct, but hence we are here again to correct what you think perhaps when you came here for the first time, you were a bit misled by people who gave you information. But what I'm getting here as well, in terms of this PKTT, which has made us to be here, you were spot on. Now, let's come to the issue now, General. You brought in a statement here about which you said, Honorable Member Nhlanhla, who's here, fortunately, the father, I think when you explained that, how did you get this message? It is a message from one prisoner called Jemani Prim.
It's a cousin of mine that brought it to me.
Or your cousin brought it to you?
Yeah, I believe because he was with someone. I'm not sure whether that's a gentleman that picked it up from the prison. I cannot remember. But it's my cousin that was communicating with.
Are you comfortable to traverse on this matter?
Very much so.
Thank you. This morning you said you read the statement and then further confirmed that you verified the information in the written statement which you confirm are true and correct. Am I right?
I said I read the statement, and majority of the things that came out of this statement, they collaborate to the things that was already been presented before this committee and the Nhlanhla Commission.
And in the Nhlanhla Commission. If so, does mean that when he says in paragraph 7 that Honorable Gayton McKenzie made sure that he is put in CMEX because he has a voice recording which links Honorable Gayton with drug dealers and drug money. That's paragraph 7.